I vote because as a college student and young adult, I'm help shaping the policies that will affect my future.
I vote because there are many issues affecting the African American community, and I know by voting that is one step towards change.
I vote because we are the next generation up, and I believe we can make a difference.
I vote because my voice needs to be heard now more than ever. And also, voting gives me the opportunity to shape my own future.
I vote because it is my civic duty.
I vote because I want to impact how our government is ran.
I vote because we are the change and we are the future.
I vote because voting is one of the tools I can utilize towards making positive changes in this country.
I vote to ensure that the members of my community, as well as myself, get the rights that we deserve.
I vote because we're going to change the future. Our voices deserve to be heard, and the best way for that to happen is by casting our votes.
Mason votes.
With more than 30,000 students, George Mason University is a hub for young voters. As students cast their ballots, many for the first time, we ask these young voters what issues they are most concerned about for the upcoming election. Here's a recap of the top issues facing the 2020 election and why Mason students are casting their votes this year. In recent months, social justice has become a central issue to the 2020 election. Many Mason students are casting their vote due to issues surrounding racial injustice, LGBTQ discrimination, and women's rights. These issues have proven prevalent to the public as well, with 52% of registered voters saying that racial and ethnic inequality is very important to their vote in the 2020 presidential election, according to Pew Research. Other issues have risen to the forefront of voters' minds as well, such as climate change, Supreme Court nominations, and healthcare plans.
I vote because I want equality for women, the LGBTQ+ community, people of color, and other minorities.
I vote because Black Lives Matter.
I vote because it's how to protect our democracy and protect the marginalized communities that I care about.
I vote because we need leaders who will act swiftly on climate change to protect the planet and our health.
I vote because I want climate change, LGBTQ rights, and systemic racism to be taken seriously.
Young voters will take their concerns for these issues and many more with them to the polls on and before November 3rd to vote in the 2020 presidential election.
It's so important to vote because there are communities depending on you. Your community is depending on your vote, and so are so many others. The main issue influencing my vote in 2020 is the protection of women's rights and voices.
It is extremely important to go and vote because our voices need to be heard. With troubling times, it is important to find a candidate who will understand the struggles of the American people.
What influenced my vote for the 2020 election the most would be my opinion on climate change and healthcare.
It's important to vote because not voting is giving up your voice.
I feel like my voice with my vote can make a difference for minorities in my community and certain issues that have been ignored by past legislations and executive plans that failed to reassess what we need and what we need to be protected from in our neighborhoods.
I vote because it's how to protect our democracy and protect the marginalized communities that I care about.
Good evening. Live from separate and remote locations, Cabrera, I am a co-editor of Mason Votes. Joining us as well are Jordan Cohen and Bryan Childers. Tonight, we will be bringing you live election coverage as well as polling from each of Mason's precincts and the precincts surrounding Mason and Fairfax. Interviews from public officials, former public officials, Mason professors, and journalists from across the United States. Bryan, why don't you introduce yourself?
Good evening. I'm Bryan Childers.
I'm a sophomore, and I'm the music director at WGMU. I have interviewed and podcasted with several people. We are on tonight. I'm an environmental science major, and I'm very passionate about the environment. And this election holds has huge stakes for the environment. Jordan.
Thank you, Orlando. Thank you, Bryan. My name is Jordan Cohen. I am a PhD student in political science at George Mason University, and the focus of my study is on international security. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. Right now, the state of the race, we have 3 states in. Kentucky and Indiana both have gone to Donald Trump. This is fairly unsurprising, and Vermont has gone to Joe Biden. Also unsurprising. We have numerous swing states that we believe will appear tonight. But before we get to those, there are Senate races, or a Senate race in Virginia. Orlando, why don't you fill us in on what's going on in Virginia?
Despite a relatively difficult race back in 2014, Mark Warner is set to win big tonight against Dan Gade, a government contractor and veteran who was selected by the Republican Party to be his challenger. This race was long fought. There were debates, but it really was never unclear who was going to win. Mark Warner, a former governor of Virginia, a staple in Virginia's political climate, he had absolutely no issues. He was polling pretty consistently between 10 and 15 points ahead, according to sites like 538 and Real Clear Politics. So as we continue through the night, it'll be surprising if we see any kind of a resurgence from Gade. But really what this is Virginia having swung over to the Democrats since 2008 in particular, it is really staying the course. And I don't think that we're meant to be particularly surprised by that after the 2018 midterms, which were seen as a pretty strong referendum against the president, and the 2019 election for the House of Delegates, as well as for the Virginia Senate, which brought in new Democratic majorities.
Thank you. So it looks like, as you're saying, that Virginia and the Senate should definitely go more or less to Mark Warner. What about the presidency? Do you think it'll go also to Joe Biden?
I think it's very early in the night to say anything about the presidency. What I will say is, based on forecasts, Joe Biden is very much favored to win tonight. But we all have this kind of an anxiety and a PTSD from 2016. I think we're not likely to shed that throughout the night until we have a definitive winner. I think people also don't fully appreciate, the place of probabilities and statistics in these things. Yeah, Joe Biden is likely going to win based on previous models, based on polling, based on any number of factors that would push a presidential candidate over 270 or 260, over 269 into 270. But Donald Trump still has ways to win. If Donald Trump wins Georgia, if he wins North Carolina, if he wins Pennsylvania, any of those states, particularly Pennsylvania, could have some adverse effects on Joe Biden's campaign. That said, what I will say is, in my home state of Florida, the Sunshine State, we're really quite likely to see, if it goes to Biden, a blowout for the evening, because Florida is a state that very specifically that Donald Trump depends on to win. But if Trump wins it, we could be par for the course for a regular, presidential election throughout the rest of the evening. And the results really could take days. I personally don't expect them to, but it's perfectly possible that it could lean either way, though it certainly does based on analysis by pollsters, by forecasters, lean towards Biden.
Yeah, my theory going in looking at this is there seems to be a lot of different ways Biden can win, one of which is winning Florida and kind of the states that correlate with Florida. It seems to me as if Trump does not have those same avenues, that Trump pretty much has 1 to 2 different avenues of winning. Does that sound correct to you? How about Brian? Does that sound correct to you?
I would say that sounds correct to me. Unfortunately, I am from Virginia. I do not have many insights on swing states. As Orlando previously said, Virginia has been blue since 2008. But in my experience with researching for this broadcast, I think Trump has many avenues of victory. However, I still believe in Biden will beat him.
Orlando, do you concur?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are definitely ways that Trump can win. I think Biden certainly has the upper hand. I think there's another reality, which is in the industries that are prevailing in our modern economy. Moving tech out of California and to areas like Arizona, Nevada, Louisiana, though the president is more than likely to win Louisiana. But the demographic shifts that occur with things like that, including here in Virginia, which is the second largest tech state and the largest growing tech state in the United States, we've seen major demographic shifts that have thrown it to Democrats, and very quickly, might I add. Most states have this kind of a gradient shift out of one demographic into another that affects the electorate. But Virginia, for almost 40 years straight voting for Republicans at the top of the ticket, have moved over to Democrats for the last 3 presidential elections. And I don't expect that to change anytime soon.
Excellent. Well, I believe we have some interviews coming up. Brian, why don't you introduce our first interview?
Okay. Our first interview is with our school professor, Dr. Victor, about the effects of the pandemic on the election, Virginia voting districts, and more.
Joining us now is Dr. Jennifer N. Victor of George Mason University. She's an associate professor of political science, and she is also on the board of the Center for
Responsive Politics.
Responsive Politics. I'm so sorry. I'm
it's okay.
thinking
Most
about
people
my
know it as
policy.
Open Secrets.
Open Secrets. Oh, okay, wonderful. I did not realize that was Open Secrets. But thank you for joining us.
It's got a branding issue.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today, and hopefully we can figure out that branding issue. And hopefully for everybody who's watching, we've figured it out. So, I'd like to start with a question that has to do with an interview that you did with a colleague of mine, Safia Khan, on Mason votes. You said that, and I'm going to read it here just so that we get it all together. Voting is more difficult because of the pandemic, but many states have made adjustments to their election administration to account for added health precautions and to make voting easier. But some states haven't. And states like Florida, where minorities are having a particularly hard time getting their ballots counted, where, at a 2-to-1 ratio, Black and brown voters are having their ballots disqualified, they have a much higher risk going to the polls because of COVID. 20% of Latinos don't have health care. 11% of Blacks don't have health care. That's versus 6 to 7% of whites. How are people of color supposed to vote in a pandemic that is affecting them so disproportionately?
Yeah, I mean, well, frankly, the advice about how to vote doesn't differ based on demographic, right? So in my opinion, voting by mail is very safe. And if you have health concerns or if you were in a high risk health category, then doing absentee voting or vote by mail if it's available where you live is really the safest way to go. Now, You also mentioned that in some communities, people of color have a higher rate of ballot rejection, right? So the problem with voting by mail is it's a little bit more complicated in lots of places than it is if you just walk into the polling place and they hand you a ballot and you fill it out and you scan it and you're done. Voting by mail, often there's little rules. The ballot has to go inside an inner envelope and then an outer envelope. Maybe it has to be signed. Maybe it has to be witnessed. There's just a little bit more rules to it. And they send you this list of instructions that frankly looks pretty intimidating because they want to be detailed and clear, but then it also turns people off and they skip steps.
There was a bit of a cutback on that, especially in North Carolina, where there were some limitations to early voting in 2018. Those limitations aren't there anymore, but North Carolina is always an interesting state to look at because it's a state of split tickets very frequently. In 2016, we saw Donald Trump get elected at the same time as Democratic Governor Roy Cooper. This year, there's a particularly interesting race happening in the Senate between Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. Tillis got COVID, and he's been running pretty far behind generally. He was before that. Cunningham has had a sex scandal all of a sudden. I mean, that was the October surprise of North Carolina. But Cunningham has maintained a healthy, 7-point lead. Is there a chance that Cunningham wins under a Trump ticket along with Roy Cooper maybe winning a second term? Or is it likely that Cunningham could push Biden, who has a much slimmer lead, over the top with North Carolina's 15 electoral votes?
So when we look at the data about ticket splitting and the top of the ballot versus the down ballot races, what we've seen over the last couple of election cycles is a real sort of narrowing or homogenization of that behavior, where very, very few voters these days are more likely to split their tickets. And often whichever party a voter votes for at the top of the ballot will be the same party. Most people are voting straight party tickets, basically. And so often if we're thinking about down ballot races and wondering which way they're going to go, one of the things we can do, one of the signals we can do is look at how well the candidates are doing at the top of the ticket. It's likely that whichever presidential candidate wins North Carolina, that party's candidates down ballot would be doing better than if the other party had won. Now, to your point though, about 2016, we did see some split results. And I think that's a good observation to make to help us remember that as much as, especially as we get into the thick of election results here, there's this tendency to turn everything into a red or a blue and to sort of aggregate up and label states as red states or blue states. But it's really important to remember that regardless of which party winds up with the majority vote in any particular state or in any particular race, there's thousands or millions of the losing party's voters who voted, right? Look at Los Angeles County, right? California is thought of as like the bluest of the blue states. There are more Republican voters in Los Angeles County than there are in the state of Mississippi, right? So every place that you think of as just being red or just being blue has many millions or at least thousands of voters of the other side. And in a place where the races are close, like in places like Florida and North Carolina, you're just going to wind up with more variation because of the tight races.
I'd like to move a little bit further north, and honestly, Congressman Denver Riggleman lost his primary after it was brought to light that he had officiated a gay wedding. So he was primaried by his constituents, and Bob Good became the nominee in what is now the Republican Party of Virginia's stance that they should have a convention rather than a regular primary. And a solid red district is actually looking a lot more swingy. Has the recent adoption of that convention system, pushed Virginia's Republican Party a little bit too far to the right for even traditional Republicans and even, further Tea Party Republicans in areas like the 5th District?
there's a real battle right now for the soul of the Republican Party. For all intents and purposes, Donald Trump won that battle in 2016. The battle was very fresh then. Donald Trump won that battle. And essentially over the last 4 years, the Republican Party has become Donald Trump. Like, they are essentially indistinguishable from one another. The National Republican Party didn't even bother to adopt a fresh platform in 2020. That's how much the party is just associating themselves with the brand, with the Trump brand, rather than with some more traditional party faction, ideological or policy advocating type of interest groups that we would think of as part of normal party politics. But if you take a state like Virginia, it's an interesting case because I think it helps us better understand to some extent where this might go in the future. Virginia as a whole has been trending more Democratic over the last number of cycles, largely due to population increases in the Northern Virginia area, like places like Fairfax County. But there's still a very healthy and strong Republican tradition in lots of areas of the state. And so thinking about where the factions are, where are the groups and the elements of the Republican Party that are gaining the most traction in different regions across the state, I think can help us understand where the party might go. And I'm not going to try to presage that. I actually have no idea where the Republican Party is going to go. But I do think a lot is going to hinge on what happens in the 2020 election, right? Which party wins at which levels of government, and how sizable those wins are.
This conversation about where the Republican Party goes after the 2020 election if Trump loses. And it seems that Republicans have really taken to preempting that loss by talking about the post-2020 election already, saying, well, I'm not sure how we got here. I'm not sure. Like Ben Sass's phone call a couple of weeks ago where he says we elected, I think he said, a malignant narcissist to the White House. And what were we thinking? Because we're losing the entire base of the Republican Party, and it's being replaced by the Trump base. This lack of confidence in the Republican Party seems to be really hurting it in the last few weeks, but also that preemptive strike to say we're going to bounce back. What does a bounced back Republican Party look like after a candidate that is, despite, in many cases being seen as being seen as destructive, Donald Trump has really become the face?
Yeah, I think it's going to hinge on, so if Trump in fact loses, I think one of the things we're going to want to look at is the size of that loss, because if it's a narrow loss, if we're looking at 160 million voters turning out in this election, and he's gotten 50 million or more of them. Oh wait, that didn't add up right. 75 million or more of them. Such that it's basically pretty close. Then that tells the Republican Party that Trumpism is still alive and well and may provide them, with some slight tweaks here and there, some paths to victory in the future. Keep in mind, if Trump loses, he's eligible to run again, right? So he would be a prime candidate for 2024. Age might become a little bit of a problem at that point, but America will have elected their oldest president ever with Biden at that point. So maybe it's less of an issue. Wait, I had another thought. However, on the other hand, I guess, is if the loss is larger than that, if the Republicans come away feeling really defeated, and that is not just having lost the White House, but lost it by a wide margin, if they also lose the Senate, and maybe Democrats even pick up some House seats, then I think you create the space for recalibration. The Lincoln Project Republicans sort of stand up and start saying, I told you so, and make some efforts at trying to rebuild the Republican Party. I'm dodging your question a little bit here, because the hard part of your question is, what does that look like? Like, if there is rebuilding, what direction do they go? And I think that's hard to say. You know, there's still some room to go back to the George W. Bush playbook and to think about the demographics, the changing demographics of the country, and some conservatism, some natural conservatism that exists in a lot of populations of people of color that the Republican Party could try to capitalize on. I also think there's a huge opportunity for both political parties to try to really tap into a really strong wave of populism. There's economic populism that is gaining traction on the left and on the right. We saw it with the attraction to Bernie Sanders in the Democratic Party. We see it with the attraction to Donald Trump in the Republican Party.
Thank you so much for joining us, and your insight's been really helpful. So hopefully people at home are watching and they're learning a little something in between the results coming in, because this is airing on Tuesday. So
great. Well, I'm very happy to be with you, and you know, I'm busy and doing a lot of things these days, but I like prioritizing students. So don't hesitate to reach out again if you'd like to have a follow-up.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. A big thank you to Dr. Victor for joining us for that interview yesterday with some incredible insight and with some information that even I was not expecting to hear, especially here in the Commonwealth. Right now, we have some projections to make. As was evident at the beginning of our broadcast, Vice President Biden has won the state of Vermont. President Trump has won the state of Kentucky. President Trump has won the state of West Virginia. President Trump has won the state of Indiana. And here at home in the Commonwealth of Virginia, Vice President Biden is the projected winner of Virginia's 13 electoral votes. The current electoral count is 16-24, but we expect that to change within the hour as 8 o'clock rolls around with some of the biggest numbers of states reporting. Also in Florida, Vice President Biden is currently leading in the state's 29 electoral votes, and is leading in Broward County, as well as Miami-Dade, Pinellas, Orange, and Hillsborough counties, which are some of the largest urban centers in Florida. It's still in question as to whether he will do well in an area like Jacksonville, but additionally, Leon County, which is the seat of government for the state of Florida, where Tallahassee is located, is also projected to go to the former vice president. Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina are also currently leaning towards the president, but in a bit of a surprise, the state of Ohio is leaning towards former Vice President Biden, a state that President Trump carried 4 years ago with almost 9 points. Jordan, do you have any idea as to where a state like Ohio might go as a native son?
Yeah, so I am from Cleveland, Ohio, and I think there's not a lot of the vote in yet. And a lot of the vote that is already in is coming from traditionally very liberal counties. So right now, while Biden is up pretty significantly in the state, I think it's important to wait until some of the areas in like southern Ohio are coming back in. I think, though, Florida is very interesting. And you mentioned Florida because Florida is one of those states that has been hit pretty hard by COVID. And we think COVID's probably a big deal in this election. Bryan, what are your thoughts? Like, do you think COVID could be a determining factor in a state like Florida that will be decided by a small? Yeah, how so?
I think especially. I found out recently that 28,000 people lost their jobs at resorts like Disney World and Universal Studios, which are a huge part of the Orange County, Florida economy. And 28,000 jobs is a huge number in the past 6 months. Actually, I think it was actually last month alone was 28,000 just in Disney World. And I really do think all of those people might have a vendetta now that they've lost their jobs and because of COVID and Trump's lack of response to it, and now are maybe traditionally have been conservative are now voting liberal.
Absolutely, and it's funny. I was looking at some of the exit polls, which is advice. The advice is nobody should ever look at exit polls. But I was looking at some of the exit polls, and what is so funny to me is that the exit polls in Florida are suggesting that very much people cared about COVID to a slightly higher degree than they did even the economy. And to me, that's very interesting. Orlando, do you think that affects kind of the overall results? Or do you think kind of that 3 to 4% difference in the vote is not that relevant?
Well, COVID's been the game in this entire election. I mean, COVID isn't just COVID. COVID is the economy. COVID is employment. COVID is everything. But COVID is also national security. But COVID in this particular case in Florida, I think it hits Trump pretty hard, especially because areas like the Villages, which have traditionally been incredible Republican strongholds, are seeing cracks in older voting demographics that have traditionally gone. They voted for Romney, they voted for Trump in 2016. But now, as they're seeing their friends die, as they're getting ill, we've seen as many, Biden caravans of golf carts in the Villages as we've seen Trump caravans, and it's an incredible sight to see. Not because it's wonderful to see democracy in action, though it is. It's an incredible sight to see because this demographic is so unlikely to vote for a Democrat.
So do you think that means there's going to be a recount? Do you think that means we can believe this? Or with about 21% of the vote still to come in, is this kind of a mirage at this point?
So with 21% of the vote to come in, that's a difficult question to answer. And the reason that that's a difficult question to answer, particularly in Florida, is because of an old adage, which is Florida never votes the same way twice. And I talked about this with Congressman Garcia in my interview with him, which we'll be seeing later. But Florida never votes the same way twice. We can still see a recoup of Biden in traditionally non-democratic counties, because people are either disenchanted with the current economy, they're disenchanted with the pandemic response, but we'll also see it because there are also huge personal factors that we run into in Florida that are always going to be a thing. There's always the cousin in Miami, and we talked about that last night, me and Jordan. Everybody has a cousin in Miami, and every cousin in Miami says that it's going well for your guy. But at the end of the day, there's probably going to be a recount in Florida. And I can say with relative certainty that recount is going to take a while. I don't think, however, that Florida is of serious consequence to this election unless it's taken by Vice President Biden as the biggest state, the largest electoral state outside of Texas that Donald Trump needs to win to get another term.
Awesome. Thank you, Bryan.
We'll now go to Cruz Sanchez, who had an opportunity to sit down with Jeremy Mayer, who is an associate professor in the Schar School of Government and Policy.
Thank you, Dr. Mayer, for joining me today. Before we start, if you could just give me a brief introduction and tell me a little bit about your background.
Sure. My name is Jeremy Mayer. I'm an associate professor in the Schar School of Policy and Government at George Mason. I've been there since 2003. And before that, I was a professor of political science at Kalamazoo College, a visiting professor at Georgetown. I got my doctorate at Georgetown in 1996. I grew up in the DC area, in Arlington, actually. And I've been an active follower of politics since I was 12. And I've written some books about politics. Most relevant to today's discussion, my 2002 book on racial politics and presidential campaigns called Running on Race, Racial Politics and Presidential Campaigns from 1960 to 2000. And I am an obsessive follower of political news around presidential elections.
Great. Well, let's jump into it. So looking at this specific election, What should we expect when looking at voter turnout this year, especially in terms of demographics? Are there going to be any changes from previous elections, or is it going to look the same?
Well, America's been on about a 70-year intensifying decline in the whiteness of its electorate, and that will continue this year. And that's because of the demographic diversity of the rising generations and the relative whiteness of the dying generations. So as older generations shuffle off this mortal coil and Gen Z and millennials rise, it's just going to be a more diverse electorate. Another big change this year is youth voters. There was a small decline in youth turnout in 2016. There was a huge surge in youth turnout in 2018, the midterm elections, where young people really tend not to vote, but they did. And some of the early indications are that Gen Z and the younger millennials are going to turn out in huge numbers for this election. And if they do, that should change the outcome substantially, because Trump's base tends to be over 60. And if you look at the 2016 election, it was very similar to Brexit in the UK. People under 30 were radically against Trump and radically against Brexit. People over 60 were radically for both those things. So if youth turnout surges, that'll be a big deal. Now, youth turnout is usually a hope that fails. Over and over again in my lifetime, people say, oh, this is the year they're going to rock the vote, and they never do, but your generation may well do it.
So would it be fair to say that the millennial or the Gen Z vote is going to be one of the more important voting demographics for this election?
Yeah, if it turns out, it'll change the outcome, absolutely, because we extended the vote to the 18 to 20-year-olds in 1972 with the expectation that all the youth fervor of the civil rights movement and the anti-Vietnam movement would lead to real turnout. And it has never done that. In fact, it declined the overall turnout rate of Americans in elections once we gave the vote to 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. This may be the year that that move of 40, 50 years ago finally pays off.
Now, of course, this is a different year and a different election, especially with a global pandemic happening. And with that, we have seen a sharp decline in college attendance due to COVID. Do you think this will have any effect on the vote, especially in some of the swing states?
Yeah, I do. And I think it'll actually increase turnout for two reasons. First, one of the challenges of being 19 or 20 or 18 is that as soon as you get registered to vote, you move, and then you're off at college. And some states make it relatively hard to get registered no matter who you are. And some states make it really hard to get registered if you're a college student, particularly if you're out of state. And one of the weird and tragic things about America is we make voting harder than in almost any democracy. And then you add to that the chaos of 18 and 19 and 20-year-old lives, and that they almost all of them move, or a sizable percentage of them move. I shouldn't normalize the going away to college. I think there's a lot of people who don't go to college, and there's a lot of people who go to college near mom and dad while living at home because of money or because they like mom and dad. So I think that that's one reason, though, that the pandemic, by keeping kids closer to home, will increase turnout. The other is the white-hot ball of rage that many young people have about this pandemic being so badly mishandled. I mean, if you're 18 and it's this November, you probably didn't have a normal senior year of high school. Probably didn't have a prom. You didn't have all the things you've been waiting 4 years to have, or 3.5 years to have. And then if you started your freshman year, it wasn't like anyone in American history's freshman year. I have a student, and she confided in me that she moved from Puerto Rico to attend George Mason, and she literally doesn't know anyone in this area. She has no contacts. She's living in a rented apartment, and how do you meet someone in a pandemic? And that is so different what a freshman year is supposed to be like. You know, that moment where there's just tendrils of friendship. It's an extrovert's dream. There's a bunch of people packed together all wanting to meet other people at the same age group. And that's not what you're getting. So if we had handled this pandemic differently, I have a Chinese student back home in China, in his hometown. Universities are open. Restaurants are open. Movie theaters are open. And that was a country that handled the pandemic well. We did not.
Yeah, that's really interesting you say that. We've been conducting our own exit polling, especially around the George Mason population. And the number two voting issue that people are saying right now is the response to the COVID pandemic. Those are some of the top two leading issues. And I think we definitely will see that on election day. Now, do you think that the increase in overall youth participation could have a impact on traditionally Republican states such as Texas or Georgia?
So right now, it's unbelievable that Georgia and Texas are in play. Those are usually solid red states. And just this morning, we learned that Texas's early voting is larger than the total turnout of 2016. And that's extraordinary. There has been population growth in Texas, but nothing that would allow for this kind of surge. So that's bad news, I think, for the Republicans. They shouldn't be in a situation where they're fighting for Texas and Georgia. And if they are, then this may already be over.
And then finally, is there any possibility that day of participation could be affected by COVID outbreaks in key districts?
Absolutely. So one area that people should be thinking about is we are getting around, I think it's around 40,000 new COVID cases every day on average. And if you are diagnosed with COVID-19 in the next, say, starting about 3-4 days ago, all the way up to election day, you actually can't vote in most states unless you're hospitalized, because you won't get the doctor's excuse. In some states, it require you to get a doctor's note to have the privilege of someone from your family carrying a ballot to the election place. And so people that really care about the election who have been diagnosed may make the tragic mistake of going and voting and exposing everyone at the voting booth to COVID-19, but we don't make it easy for sick people to vote, and we're in the middle of a pandemic. So that's a small demographic, but a rather sad one. But yes, there are places where this demographic will make a big difference. So it is not impossible that President Trump wins. He has about an 11% chance to win in the 538politics.com simulation of the election. They run Monte Carlo simulations. In 2016, Hillary had about a 25 to 26% chance of losing. So Biden has a much better chance of winning than Hillary did, but it's still not impossible. I mean, 11% is a pretty big chance. If you were talking about losing your mortgage or losing your house. So it is not impossible that Trump pulls this out.
Great. Well, Dr. Mayer, once again, thank you for your insights. We appreciate you being here today. And I know everyone's eyes are going to be on the polls and looking for those results on election night. So we'll see what happens that night. But thank you once again.
We want to thank Professor Mayer for some incredible insight on this on the imminent, in progress election results. As we're sitting here right now, I want to make a couple more calls. In addition to South Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana for President Trump, we will also call the great states of Alabama and Mississippi, the great state of Tennessee, and the great state of Oklahoma for President Donald Trump. Additionally, Illinois, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and I believe that's it, are called for Vice President Biden, putting them in an 88 to 66 split. Also, in Michigan, Vice President Biden is ahead. Ohio, Vice President Biden is ahead, as well as in Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Texas. Until just recently, he was also ahead in Georgia, but now the president has taken the lead in Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, and Kansas. Jordan, you have some information for us out of Georgia in Atlanta.
Yep. So in Fulton County, which is home to Atlanta and a tenth of all Georgians, a water pipe burst in one of the precincts. And so it looks like they will not have 75% of the results in between 10 and 11 p.m. is initially predicted. Some reports are saying it could take up until Friday to do the count. Some say it'll just be a few hours tonight and tomorrow morning. So it's unclear when results will be in, but there will definitely be a delay. And so, Bryan, I believe you have some exit polls going for us.
Yes, I do. Over the past few weeks, we've had some polls conducted over throughout using Mason votes. We've interviewed or anonymously polled a bunch of 191 GMU students, faculty, and community members. The first one is we asked, if you are eligible to vote in the Virginia Senate race, which candidate are you voting for? And 62.8% of all 191 people who voted said they would vote for Mark Warner. Orlando, do you think that lines up with the current progression with the Senate race?
I think that certainly lines up with our current progression for college areas, definitely. I think that we'll see a slightly slimmer margin in areas that don't include college populations, maybe down to about 54 to 55% towards current Senator Mark Warner. But I think that will hold true for the most part in areas like Fairfax, where George Mason is, Richmond, Charlottesville, and a little bit less so in Fredericksburg. Stafford County leans Democratic, but is not entirely open, like an open field for Democrats, as Arlington or Fairfax or a city of Alexandria would be.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The next poll, coinciding with what Orlando just said, most people who answered this poll, their age ranged between 22 and 24, with 26.2%, then 18 to 19, 24.6%, which of course lines up with college age. But interestingly, the fourth highest was 25 to 29, implying graduate students and PhD students. Jordan, could you give some more information on that? You're a PhD student. What does that line up with everyone you talk to and your PhD student wife?
Yeah. So the way kind of elections work, generally speaking, is the higher level of the education, the more likely one is to be liberal, especially at the academic level. Again, absent a few types of degree programs. Political science is not one of those degree programs absent from this. And so generally speaking, at the graduate student level, it's unsurprising to me that they lean towards the liberal candidate, which is perfectly normal and to kind of be more or less perfectly expected. I think what's interesting about a place like George Mason, though, is that 25 to 29-year-old bracket also encompasses a lot of people that are undergrads. And so I find that number to be actually really fascinating.
Interesting. Thank you. The next one is with Mason class standing. 24.1% of our votes are seniors, 20.9% are juniors, 15.7% are sophomores. And then alumni and faculty and staff outnumber the freshmen. Both alumni and faculty staff are 10.5%, while freshmen are only 9.4%. Do either of you, Orlando or Jordan, do you wonder why specifically freshmen are underrepresented in this poll?
Probably because of the nature of this semester. This semester's been
probably it.
largely online. We are obviously incredibly grateful to our faculty and staff who have decided to continue teaching in person. Though online is certainly the safest way to teach and the preferred way to teach during a pandemic. Freshmen, sophomores, seniors, I mean, the other thing is also just that freshmen might have less direct access to the full breadth of tools and the full breadth of tools and social media accounts that we have for Mason students, where upperclassmen might have a better idea of how to get to one of these polls. We have a certain amount of error that we have to work within or without in these exit polls, especially at a time when most freshmen are off campus and not able to attend.
Great, thank you. And finally, the number one issue that influenced the votes of Mason students and alumni, faculty, et cetera, was 31% voted the president or just the office in general, 17% or 16.8 specifically for the COVID-19 response, and 6.8%, surprising for me, an environmental science major, for the environment. Either of you, do you think those numbers line up? I'm surprised the environment is that low, especially of people I've talked to. Many people were surprised with Trump's comments, specifically after the California wildfires, where he says, if I recall, said something on the lines of, I don't believe science knows, or something like that. Do you think environment should be higher? Do you think those numbers all line up?
Yeah, I mean, especially as far as college students go, I think that's a little bit surprising, and it may be just kind of a little bit of evidence of either something very interesting that's going on around George Mason, or just some sort of polling error. Or I think the third, and what is potentially most likely, is that things like COVID, like your parents having jobs, like being able to see your friends, are so important to people that things like the environment just get pushed down. Listen, I study foreign policy, and every year I wish foreign policy was more important to people, but it's not. And while I think the environment probably should be more important to people than foreign policy, I think something like COVID can really kind of mess with those results.
I see. Thank you so much. I think from here, I believe that was our final poll. Orlando, do you have any poll result updates for us?
For the moment, we're not seeing any new results coming back in, but what we are seeing is a Biden lead in Kansas, which will likely not hold. Vice President Biden continues to lead as well in Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. And Maine, which has begun reporting its results, seems to be leaning towards the president for the moment, seeing as the 2nd District of Maine is the first one to begin counting. I would expect that to also diminish over time, but one can only tell so much at this point in the evening.
Let's see. We will now go to Angie Portillo, who had the opportunity to speak with Professor Mallory Saleson about political journalism and the role of media in this election.
What is political journalism, and what is the main role or duty political journalists serve?
Okay. And that's a really important question. I think, in general, let's just say that the purpose of journalism is to shine a light on issues, right? Especially if those issues need some sort of attention or focus. So with that in mind, the purpose of political journalism really is to serve the community and to give people information that they need to participate in civic affairs, right? To participate in essentially making decisions about their daily lives. Political reporting covers government from state to local to national, governance issues. Political journalists cover campaigns. And really, political journalists as members of the Fourth Estate, I think they play a very important role. They serve as the watchdogs to report the truth, to report facts, and to help assure honest governance and campaigns. They really should be focusing their coverage on the most important and pressing issues for society. And during an election period like we have now, they really need to dig deep and report on issues, not just the daily horse race. We have a tendency to want to get into the polling and the surveys and who's ahead and who's behind. But really what's most important for political journalists is to offer perspective, not opinion. They should be looking at complex issues and ways to understand and interpret those issues for their readers or their viewers. And that's really what political journalism is so much about.
So, when looking at an election year, do you think political journalists have an impact on the election or the outcome of it?
Oh, absolutely, indeed, they do. Perhaps not what people might assume, but it's the reason that political journalists should adhere to reporting that is defensible and rigorous and transparent, right?
Yeah.
So again, theirs is not the job of expressing opinion. That should really be left to the so-called pundits, the people who write the op-ed pages. The journalists themselves should be committed to reporting the truth and the facts, and to be able to show verification of that through very credible sources. And the bottom line really is for people who are voting to be able to make their own decisions based on solid and factual reporting. So I'm not talking about the pundits, and there's really a big difference between those who are writing the op-eds and some of the anchors that we might see on cable news. You know, they are not really journalists whose brief it is to report the truth. That is the job of political journalists, especially to report the truth and the facts as far as possible, to chronicle the issues, to offer informed suggestions through others who are knowledgeable. So
yeah,
that's really the primary impact that they would have, is how readers and viewers can relate to what they are covering.
Yeah, and I think it's important as like a reader, you know, reading the articles or the media, to always be cautious and like make sure, you know, they have those credible sources too.
Well, that's absolutely key. And unfortunately, we've seen so much partisanship, especially over the last number of years. And it's reflected in certain newspapers that, let's face it, some which have been bought by other organizations or outlets with political agendas, and this gets translated. So viewers, readers have to be really, really careful and make sure they're getting their news from reputable sources. It's the most important thing.
And so for the next question, kind of ties in as well, the topic of fake news, which has been a very popular discussion in the past couple of years. Can you briefly talk about that subject and in regards to political journalism?
Sure. And certainly social media comes into this too. But look, let's be very clear. Fake news is nothing new. I mean, we can go back in history even to ancient times, right? There's been rumor, gossip, and just plain lies that leaders and politicians have used to win support. So that in and of itself shouldn't surprise anybody. It's taken on a slightly different meaning in recent years, especially when politicians don't like what journalists are reporting, and then they're calling it fake, or they're labeled journalists the enemy of the people. This is a different kind of issue and has more danger to it because it's had a lot of repercussions. Certainly in this country, where people now are wondering, gee, should I be able to trust journalists anymore? And the answer is yes, they should, as long as they are the reputable, credible, trained journalists. But also in other countries where we've seen some leaders using the whole fake news sort of enemy of the people mantra against their own journalists. And this has caused a lot of harm, right? We have to be very careful because, you know, freedom of information is very important, and having a free press is very important. So one needs to be mindful of that. But I want to make another point here. One thing is fake news, but I think it's really just as important if not even more so, to speak about misinformation and disinformation, especially the latter. We've seen a lot of foreign actors trying to weaponize disinformation, especially through social media, right? To impact voters in elections. We've seen that happen. You know, Facebook can show ads of different things that are up there, and you can't always tell the difference between the one that's real and the one that is sowing disinformation, and that's trying to put a different message across that is a much more partisan or even some kind of hate kind of a message. We've seen disinformation promoted by some of the more partisan news outlets, right? Or the partisan political pundits. And a lot of people believe that they're getting news, but they're not getting news. They're just still getting more misinformation and disinformation, because if you really started to fact check a lot of what goes on, you wouldn't find that there is any basis to it, right? There are no facts there, but it still gets perpetuated. And that's a particularly dangerous situation because, again, especially with social media, it reverberates instantly, millions and millions of people. So I really want to be clear. There have been other things too that have been contributing to the polarization. It's not just the misinformation, disinformation, and other so-called fake news. There's truth and there's lies, right?
Yeah.
But journalists and political journalists need to continue to keep examining other important issues that are causing ructions in the country. We need to look at race and ethnicity, right? Poverty and economics, gender, religion, all of these things require a spotlight.
Alrighty, so we'll close off the last question for the viewers watching this after it's uploaded. So do you have any suggestions for how they can best stay informed during a year such as this, while potentially, you know, receiving and consuming misleading information, and like how to avoid it as well?
Thank you. That's a really important question. And I think it goes back to what we were just talking about. Everybody should read widely, get different viewpoints from reputable news sources. Don't rely on one source of information. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, they aren't news agencies. They're not media outlets. They're clearinghouses in a way for anyone's and everyone's opinions. So, do they have an important role to play? Yeah, and we've discussed that and noted it. And certainly in countries where people may not even have so much access to information as we do in this country, they do have an important role to play. But they can also feed that beast of misinformation and disinformation. And it just causes more anxiety and exhaustion. You know, it's been an exhausting election season, and I'm sure our viewers realize that come election night, we may not have all the answers. And we probably won't even have all the votes counted. And we might not immediately know the outcome of the election. But that's okay, because that's how the democratic system works in this country. The system allows all votes cast in accordance with somebody's, you know, with your state's governing laws to be counted, and that could take some time. So I would just say to viewers, again, look at a variety of sources over the next several days, weeks, months. Continue to consume a lot of different sources so that you feel that you're getting a good sense of what's really out there, and listen and hear what people are saying, and try to appreciate that we are all in this together, and we have to be patient. It's going to take patience, but hopefully we'll get through the election and the election results, and everything else will fall into place.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Professor. I've had this lovely conversation with you, and it was nice speaking with you again. Do you have anything to conclude, or?
No, I really think that, again, it's a tough time, and we just all have to be patient, understanding, and realize that we can all have different points of view, but that doesn't mean that we can't get along.
Yeah, that's very important. Very important. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Angie.
Thank you. I hope
Wish
you
you
have
the best of luck.
We'd like to extend our greatest appreciation to Professor Saleson. And as we move into the last half hour of the 8 o'clock hour, we see Arkansas going for President Donald Trump. Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Maine, as well as New Hampshire, are too close to call. Michigan, Maine, Georgia, Florida, and Missouri leaning Trump for the moment. Texas, Kansas, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire leaning Biden again for the moment. We do not know where this race will go. We will give you updates as we know where it's headed. But where it leans now is only a matter of how many votes came in and from where those votes came in. Counties matter. County size matters. All of these factors will affect how we call this race. But for the moment, again, Texas, Kansas, North Carolina, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, all states carried by the president in 2016, currently leaning towards Vice President Joe Biden. Michigan, Missouri, Georgia, Florida, and Maine leaning towards the president, all states he also carried in 2016, or except for Maine. Sorry, the 2nd District of Maine he carried in 2016. The 1st District of Maine he did not. Now I believe we will be continuing on a discussion about political journalism and fact-checking. Jordan, would you like to head us off on that?
Yeah, and I think kind of what you were just talking about is really interesting, because as we went through this election, you had kind of polls, obviously, like we do every election, that reported various things. Generally speaking, it seemed like the polls favored Biden. But what you hear frequently also is this idea that, well, we don't trust the polls. And largely the we don't trust the polls narrative is very much connected to the we don't trust the media narrative. So while right now this is a narrative generally brought up by conservatives, it also is brought up by liberals. It's brought up by both political parties for a variety of different reasons. So, Bryan, what are your thoughts? Do you think the media has done a fair and accurate job covering the election up until this point?
In some cases, yes. I think it all depends on the source of where you get it from. Currently, and personally, I take my news from NPR or Politico or Associated Press. I think the fact that we have to look up is blank news source biased or bias of this source. I really think that's a shame on our current state of the media with anything, honestly. And honestly, I'm disappointed that we actually have to worry about fact checking and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is actually kind of a very interesting scenario, especially because you have candidates, and it's not just this year, it wasn't just 2016, it's been most of our lives, is that you have candidates that very frequently will get reported by different agencies as not telling the truth, whether it is kind of a half lie or a full lie. And I think in this election, we know it seems like these agencies are focusing on Trump more as the liar amongst the two candidates. But Orlando, do you think that's kind of a fair representation of the media? Like there's this constant battle between the media and the politicians over who's telling the truth?
So I actually talked to Bill Adair about this, who's the founder of PolitiFact, who's a Knight professor at Duke University, and we'll be running into his interview in a little while. But he talked about how there is this combative feeling amongst politicians, especially because they don't want to get fact checked, most of them. Now, some politicians are very well known not to care about whether they're fact checked. They don't care about the accountability, and they'll weaponize it when they do care about it. But yeah, there's definitely a combative feeling between politicians and fact checkers, politicians and journalists, politicians and the media. But what's really important to understand is that it wasn't exactly always that way. Back in 2008, John McCain had this kind of a rapport with the media that was, I don't like you, but I respect you. And he would give them at least his opinion, if not a candid remark about the state of affairs of either his campaign or whatever he believed was an important issue of the day. And he would give it in a way that was not combative. Why? Because when the media was combative with him, that was when he'd be combative. When the media wasn't being combative with him, he wasn't combative. I think that's the way that it's always been. The age of Trump, the age of the Tea Party, made it worse. I mean, we saw just a few months ago Senator McSally, who was nominated to replace John McCain. She called the congressional correspondent for CNN a liberal hack. I think that that's a new phenomenon, and that's a dangerous phenomenon, and it does exist, and it's unfortunate.
Indeed, it is. And I think we have kind of just one more broad topic, and then we will jump into the Bill Adair interview that you mentioned. But so is there a way this ends, right? And I guess my question, Orlando, is does this end with Biden victory, or does this continue with the Biden victory? What are your thoughts?
Well, we're seeing, states that are traditionally conservative, leaning Republican. Arkansas was one of those which has just been called for President Trump. Again, as we're moving through tonight, we'll get a much better idea of what direction we're headed in. But it's premature. I mean, this might be the 2016 PTSD. This might be the anxiety of the polls that we were talking about and the inability of us to trust these media indicators. But at the same time, they seem reliable thus far, for the most part, at least. Even in 2016, they were relatively reliable. The margin of error in a lot of the swing states was as much as it would take for Donald Trump to win. Sure, the polls were wrong, but the polls were wrong within a certain margin of error, with the exception possibly of Wisconsin, which was expected to go for Hillary Clinton by 7 and ended up going to Donald Trump by 1.5 or 1.8%. And that's an important distinction. There's a place where things are entirely wrong, and there are places where the margin of error rules. Right now, it looks like Florida might be where the margin of error rules, where Vice President Biden had a 2-point lead, and he might just happen to run into a stopgap there because either he didn't get the same turnout he wanted from traditional independents or Republicans who might buck Trump. But also, in Georgia, where it seems, we might not know because of that main break in Atlanta, where thousands of ballots were put into an unusual situation. But we don't know yet. That's kind of where I'm going with this. We're not going to know for a while, and we're definitely going to have to keep on watching this closely as we look further west.
All right. Yes. Well, thank you. I think you're raising some really interesting points. And I think the next thing we should do, sticking with this theme of media and accountability during the election, is Orlando, we'll hop to your interview with Bill Adair, who is a Knight professor at Duke University and the founder of PolitiFact.
Today, we are joined by Bill Adair, who is a Knight professor of public policy at the Stanford School at Duke University. He is the creator of PolitiFact. He is also the founder of the International Fact-Checking Network. And he joins us now from Raleigh, North Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Adair, for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Orly. So I am a journalist. I still do a lot of work as a journalist in different ways, even while I work as a faculty member at Duke. I still help with PolitiFact and with PolitiFact's North Carolina operation, where we fact-check politicians in North Carolina. And I am the co-editor of a publication called the 9th Street Journal, which covers Durham, North Carolina, and also politics. And so I've been...
Do you believe that lack of structure of community journalism, community-oriented journalism, and the consolidation of major news sources around print media are affecting trust in journalism?
Yes, very much. And I think there are a number of reasons for the decline in trust in journalism, but that's a big one. I think the fact that most newspapers in America now are owned by big chains is a large part of the reason for the decline in trust, because people don't identify with their local newspaper. Even their local television station is probably owned by a chain. And so it's a big corporation rather than a local owner. And I think that was a big part of the trust problem. I think other parts have to do with unfair allegations that have been made about bias and people's misunderstanding about bias. And I think that has played into the partisan political wars, and that has had an effect on trust. And political gerrymandering, where we've put politicians in safe political districts, but that are very extreme in terms of the politics of the residents in them. That's played a role. So you have districts that are either very conservative or very liberal. That has played a role. So you put all these things together, and it means that people just don't trust the media anymore. I heard some results from a new survey that the Knight Foundation did, and there are a growing number of people, not just that don't trust the media, but who believe that reporters intentionally want to mislead the public. And I'm chuckling because I think that's so preposterous. And yet that's the kind of situation that we're in, because there's been this decline in trust, and it's very scary. And we need to change the trust situation, but we also, I think it's got to go hand in hand with diffusing this tense partisan atmosphere that we have, because I think those things are very much interrelated.
Yeah, so I'd actually like to stick on that, which is, as we're talking about media bias, and there's this push from, I don't want to say the right or the left, but from kind of just everybody who's trying to play this selective moment of, if I agree with it, it's obviously good journalism. If I disagree with it, it's a smear by the media who are working for the other side. There's been this kind of a push at NBC. You have Chuck Todd, who at times, I think, tries to play towards the center because of that bias. how is it that in such a politically charged situation that the media can deal with that context, and how do you as a journalist believe that there's, I wish that I had a better way of saying this, but the way that politicians will try and weaponize news stories, and the way that people weaponize news stories rather than taking it at face value as honest reporting?
Well, I think there's a lot to unpack in what you just said and asked. If you're trying to cover the news objectively these days, it's really a no-win situation. So somebody like Chuck, who I think is a great journalist, can't win because in any given show he's going to offend everybody, and it's a thankless task to try to hold people accountable and try to provide some insights on what they're doing if you're trying to do it from the middle. It's a lot easier to just shoot from one side. So it's a great time to be at Fox. It's a great time to be at MSNBC and just, go from one point of view. It's a very difficult time to be a fact checker because fact checkers are objective and they're coming at this with a neutral point of view, assessing the facts and telling people about a claim that a politician made, but they can't win because it's like being a referee in a Duke UNC basketball game. You're going to make one team mad with any call you make. So it's a really difficult situation. It's just so bitter. And, after the election, and I presume you're by the time people hear this interview, we'll be past the election. Hopefully we'll be in a time where we can reflect and try to heal this partisan divide, because this partisan divide is not a good thing. Doesn't matter what side you're on. I remember covering Washington when the parties got along, when the parties worked together on policy, when they found common ground to do policy, and I think that's now unthinkable in Washington. That's unthinkable in many state capitals. So we've got to get past that.
So you said that it's a really hard time to be a fact checker, and you've kind of expressed before, particularly on CUNY TV, which for those who don't know is the City University of New York TV, which is a PBS station in the city of New York, that fact checking is the ability to hold politicians accountable, particularly for statements, and that it's easy because not easy, but that it's effective because most politicians have this fear of being politifacted. They don't want to be caught in a misstatement or a falsehood or an outright lie. Accountable. How do you hold someone in the age of that weaponized fact checking or that less accountable subject for fact checking? How do you navigate that?
Well, I think you do the same thing you've always done, which is you have to bring the same methodology to every fact check, no matter who says it, and be even-handed about it. So it doesn't matter whether it's, Donald Trump or Donald Trump Jr. or someone we've never heard of. So I think the challenge for fact checkers in Trump is that there was just such volume that you could put the entire staff checking what he said and not have time to do anything else. But I think the larger thing is to make sure that you look at the claims that he's making that are spreading and make sure you check the politicians who are repeating those claims or making similar claims, and assess them too.
Maybe I should have asked this at the beginning, and I think it's definitely an important question for people who aren't entirely familiar with the distinctions within the media. But a lot of people who watch, read, and listen to news are prone to wonder why exactly a site like PolitiFact or an association like the International Fact-Checking Network exists. Maybe you could explain for our viewers tonight the difference between verifying journalistic articles and really being a direct political fact checker.
And of course there has long been a practice in journalism where journalists check the accuracy of claims in their articles, and part of the editorial process that's called fact checking. You go through what you've written and you check each sentence and make sure it's accurate. That's called fact checking. But there is also this genre of journalism that is checking claims by politicians, and we have come to call that fact checking. And that is a relatively new phenomenon that started in the 90s, in the early 90s, and has become now a very distinct and important form of accountability journalism.
Okay, well, Mr. Adair, I think that's all I had for you today, and I appreciate your time, and I am so grateful that you were able to join us.
Great. Well, thanks so much for having me, Orly.
And that was PolitiFact founder and Knight Professor of Public Policy at the Sanford School of Duke University. Right now, we're ready to make another projection. Mason Votes is projecting that Donald J. Trump will win the great state of North Dakota for a second time. As he is winning the great state of North Dakota, we will also call that Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Maine, and New Hampshire are still too close to call. But many of them are ready to break from that classification. Now, as we're talking about the leanings of each of these states, I also kind of want to move towards Virginia. The Commonwealth of Virginia has made a major shift in party politics over the course of the last decade. 2008 was the first time in 40 years that the Commonwealth of Virginia voted for a Democrat for the presidency, and Virginia's Senator Jim Webb had only been in office for about 6 years when that occurred. The last senator from Virginia before Mark Warner was John Warner, no relation, the last Republican senator from Virginia. Jordan, I'd like to bring you in on this topic. What do you think has happened to Virginia party politics that Republicans have run up such a deficit in the past decade?
In terms of party politics, I'm not kind of entirely sure about the inner demographics of what's going on, but what seems clear to me is that there's become very high voter turnout in Northern Virginia is a general rule, and Virginia in general, like a lot of these kind of coastal states, is the cities get bigger and grow bigger, it becomes easier for the Democrats to win, just based on kind of voter demographics. But again, I'm not entirely up to date with the nature of the parties, and it's kind of why I'm actually looking forward to our next interview where we're going to talk a little bit about that.
Bryan, do you have anything to add to this? What do you think is pushing us here in the Commonwealth further to the left? Could it be the movement of the tech industry? Could it be the growth in public education here in Virginia? George Mason used to be a subsidiary of William and Mary. I'm sorry. Wow. The University of Mary Washington. I lost that one for a second. The University of Mary Washington used to be the women's college for the University of Virginia. As we've seen a bigger presence of higher education here in Virginia, do you think that that's pushing Virginia over the edge towards the Democrats, seeing as, there's a correlation, maybe not a causation, but a correlation between higher education and liberalism in this country?
Yes, I would believe so. In my experience, I am from Richmond, Virginia, famous for its monuments. And people I know, everyone who I consider close with, has opinions of the monuments, whether they're for or against them. And I do believe as party politics have shifted through Virginia, more people have just become against these monuments. And I think that comes from higher education and the increase of it in the state of Virginia.
Certainly, and we've seen in the past couple of weeks a fair number of legal battles, one of which was won by Mark Herring, the Attorney General from Virginia, in the actions of the Commonwealth to take down the Robert E. Lee statue on Monument Drive in Richmond, Virginia, which is a serious break from the tradition of maintaining a very, for mostly for worse, but for better or for worse, an allegiance to its former Southern affiliation in the Civil War, the Stonewall Jackson Monument, the Robert E. Lee Monument. These are monuments that have caused controversy. They are monuments that continue to inspire feelings of oppression and of hate, and of a time of severe racism in this country for Black Virginians, for Brown Virginians. Do you think that the argument that's going on right now, particularly here in Virginia after Charlottesville, is pushing it even further to the left? Either Jordan or Bryan, go ahead.
Yeah, I think these types of racial and political tensions always can push things in certain directions. I think is where what we're seeing is these highly political issues in a state that is gaining more and more kind of young people and more people around city areas. And so I definitely think that has a role to play. Bryan, you were going to say?
I was actually going to hand it off to you because I had no opinion. But I will say that I do have something to lead into that, which is we are going to call that Mark Warner, with information from the Associated Press and NPR, has won his Senate race in Virginia for re-election. Do either of you find this surprising, especially after our current discussion?
I'm thinking of a word and it rhymes with row. No, it's not surprising.
This is a former governor of Virginia. He is a native son of Virginia. There are very few surprises that come from Mark Warner winning a third term to his Senate seat. What will be interesting to see is how Republicans, in particular here in Virginia, continue to run candidates against Democrats. Democrats haven't sent an officer to federal elected office in almost 12 years now. Of course, as I've said repeatedly throughout the evening, for the first time in 40 years, and which I spoke to Carter Cornick about in our full interview. I'm not sure if it's in our final interview for air, but that'll be available for viewing as well. At the end of the day, what we're going to see here in Virginia is, particularly because of the 2013 decision by the Virginia Republican Party to break from its traditional primary and make it a convention, we're going to see more and more right-wing and more radical candidates, because people who participate in conventions tend to be the most dedicated, the most zealous, the most fervent supporters of a party, where a primary provides a medium for all voters to participate. Jordan, I think you had something to add here.
No, I mean, I really kind of agree with you. I think that generally speaking, the Republican Party, even if Donald Trump wins tonight, which again is still very much in the realm of possibility, I think the Republican Party, and especially a lot of these kind of southern coastal states, so your Virginias, your North Carolinas, and maybe even going down towards the South Carolinas, the Republican Party is going to need to adjust for kind of these changing demographics and changing political opinions. And I think, Orlando, that's actually going to be a really good place to launch into our next interview if you want to kick it off.
So our next interview is with someone quite familiar with this topic. He's the former chief of staff to the last Republican senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, John Warner. Carter Cornick is currently the strategic and government relations director for Arnold Gold & Gregory, a law firm based in Atlanta, Georgia. And he joined us yesterday from his home in Alexandria to sit down and talk about this topic. Joining us today is Carter Cornick. He is the Government Relations and Strategic and Crisis Communications Director for Arnold Gold & Gregory, a law firm based in Atlanta and Washington, D.C. He is also the former chief of staff to the last Republican senator from Virginia, John Warner, and was the press secretary for D. French Slaughter Jr. of the 7th District of Virginia at the time, including Culpeper. Mr. Cornick, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you all.
Good to be with you too. So John Warner, I mean, also D. French Slaughter Jr. These are names that are ingrained in Virginia politics, but particularly John Warner is a revered senator who you say in the same breath as the Feinsteins and the McCains, of the Senate, lions of the Senate, the Kennedys. My first question includes him because it includes the presidency, the Senate, and the House races that happen here in Virginia. He has endorsed since 2014 3 times as many Democrats for federal office as Republicans, members of his own party. He's always been an independent thinker. Nobody can question that. But what does it say about how he views his party that he's moved away and started approving of Democrats rather than 2 of the candidates who have run for his own seat?
At the time, in 2006, the George Allen was running against Senator Jim Webb, and Senator Webb won that election, which put some substantial question. There was great concern that the senator continue for a 6th term. Anyway, one of the things the senator always told me, and this goes back to the 90s, he told me that we always have 3 priorities, and they are in this order. The Constitution of the United States. That's number 1. Number 2 is Virginia. And then, if we have any time left over, maybe there'll be some time for politics. But before we were to take any actions on those lines, we'd all talk about it first. The senator has always held the view, country and Virginia, and in his judgment, the character and the quality of candidates may be with another party.
We don't just have candidates on the ballot. We have issues on the ballot as well. We have two amendments coming up. The first one, a redistricting amendment, which has been argued here in Virginia since 2014. And two of the big proponents are our State Secretary of Transportation, Valentine, and former Lieutenant Governor Bowling himself, who started One Virginia 2021.
Yeah.
We've reached the number of signatures that are necessary, and we've seen supporting legislation go through the House of Delegates. But in what's a very apparent flip-flop by Democrats who supporting legislation for fair and non-partisan redistricting here in Virginia last year, they are campaigning pretty actively against the Amendment 1 measure this year.
Yes.
Some claiming that it was because they didn't have enough time to read the supporting legislation, others claiming that it was for other reasons. Democrats had 27 years in the minority to make this an issue and to say, we want fair redistricting because we're the minority party, or we want fair redistricting because Virginians need representation, which is obviously the better argument out of those two, rather than party making it about the Commonwealth. But what's the best path forward for Amendment 1 this election day, in an election that has very clearly had the waters muddied about this amendment?
Well, I'll say this. I personally supported Amendment 1. And among the reasons is that I am certain that the current process by which redistricting occurs has proven that we are going to continuously have to deal with raw political interest over and over again. Keep in mind, Virginia is among that select few that continues to require approval from the Department of Justice for any redistricting plan. And that the history that goes with that is long and deep. It is the case that regardless of whether it was Democrats in power or Republicans in power, each party has used the process to grow its power, to grow its majorities. And I would even argue that there has been a collaborative part of this process where the interests of both have been served when it comes to preserving certain kinds of districts.
I think he deserves another mention. Your former boss, John Warner, how is he doing? How has he been?
I'm so glad. Thank you for asking. The senator is he is hale and hearty. He is as irascible as he has always been. He is kicking up a lot of dust whenever and wherever. Obviously, most recently has disappointed a number of his Republican friends by continuing his longstanding support of Mark Warner. He proudly supports the senator and admires beyond words the service and the candidacy of Republican Gage. He has enormous respect for him. By the same token, the senator just, he has always been committed to what he believes is right to Virginia. This is, for him, it really is, he just can't help being contrarian in all the ways he was just born that way. But he is well. He is with his wife, Jeannie, in Alexandria, and getting together with folks on a regular basis. I will tell you, he's not swimming as much as he used to, or hitting the links, the golf, something he loved so much. But he does continue to do a whole bunch, whether it's gardening or painting or calling up folks at the Defense Department to make sure they haven't lost their minds. He's something else. Thank you for asking. A wonderful gentleman, and all
real
ahead.
maverick.
He used to say, "All ahead, 1/3."
Yes, sir. Well, we wish you and him the best. We will see tomorrow exactly where this race goes and how it fares for those who he has endorsed.
Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I know that tonight is a big one, and obviously the day after an election is always big too, because people have to figure out what in the heck. But it's a tremendous day. This exercise in the senator used to always say, this experiment in self-governance is the most important thing in the world to nations, others all around the world, that we carry forward and express ourselves under the Constitution. We do have a supreme law, and we're going to all do our best to keep this ship on course. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cornick, for joining us, and we definitely hope to hear from you again.
Oh, thank you. It's an honor.
A big thank you to former Chief of Staff Cornick, to John Warner, the last Republican senator from Virginia. Right now, we have some new states to call in this presidential election. The great state of South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Louisiana are all for President Donald Trump in his fight for the re-election. Additionally, New Mexico and New York can be projected to go to Vice President Biden. As it stands right now, Florida is still too close to call, but leaning towards President Trump, as is Georgia. But Texas, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Minnesota, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire are all leaning towards Vice President Biden, as well as North Carolina. Obviously, Kansas, Missouri, and Texas will be switching a fair amount throughout the night. Missouri most likely going to President Trump, as well as Kansas. But Ohio and Pennsylvania will be an interesting thing to watch, an interesting thing to witness. I believe now we will be moving over to Bryan, who has something for us.
I'll be moving over to Jordan, who has something.
Jordan, I'm sorry.
No, yeah. I mean, Orlando, I think that is definitely it's weird right now. I mean, I think we knew going into tonight, states that we would very likely find out before the end of the evening were Florida, Georgia, and then potentially North Carolina and Ohio. Right now, Georgia looks like it's not going to happen because what's going on in Georgia and Fulton County is going to be enough to delay it. Looks like we may know the results of Florida any second or any minute now, any hour now, I guess. New York Times is reporting Florida has a 95% chance of going to Donald Trump. And if you look at the polling error right now, according to 538 polls, 538 gave Biden about a 2.3 point lead in Florida. And Trump looks like he's going to win by about 3 points, which is a pretty sizable polling error. If you look at North Carolina, the New York Times is also reporting that while, yes, the numbers are looking good right now for Biden, many of the places that reported first were the big cities where there's a lot of liberals, and what is kind of coming up next is the red wave. So with that said, though, there are still states like Ohio, Pennsylvania, even still North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Colorado, that are still, Texas, that are still yet to report. So Bryan, what are your thoughts? How do you think going in, how do you think these kind of contentious states have fallen or look to be falling compared to your kind of thoughts going into the election?
Well, going in, as I said earlier, is I thought Florida would have shifted farther to the left. I am surprised. I'm slightly surprised. I think I knew deep down that it was going to be red, but I'm still slightly surprised that we have a 5% polling error, or a potential 5% polling error. That margin is so mind-boggling large to me. I'm lost for words currently. But with North Carolina and Pennsylvania, I believe you said earlier that Florida tends to correlate with Pennsylvania, but I believe Pennsylvania, although fracking is a huge thing in Pennsylvania, and Trump frequently touts how Biden wants to end fracking, all that stuff, and Biden, of course, no fracking, I'll keep fracking a thing. I'm hoping that was enough to stake a victory in Pennsylvania for Biden.
Yeah, and I think if just looking at the math on the maps, without Pennsylvania, it is very difficult for Donald Trump to win this election. It is not impossible, but it's very difficult. Orlando, how are your feelings? Where do you think kind of we're headed, given the information we have on hand right now?
So 538 put out their tipping point states early on in this election, and pretty frequently Pennsylvania was that tipping point state. It was standing at about 33 to 35% for a fair amount of this election. And I think that's still about true. I think it might actually be a little higher than that. But for the most part, I think that'll hold steady. Florida is a bit of an upset and a shock for Democrats at this point. Though it seems like more of the vote is yet to come in. And I am not looking at the county by county at the moment. It does look like President Donald Trump will end up carrying that state, as well as Georgia, though Georgia is, I believe, slightly less certain at this moment, especially because of that inconsistency in Atlanta tonight, though we won't even see results from Georgia this evening, likely. Pennsylvania is going to be the game at this point. Biden could not overtake Trump in Florida, again, which much to the chagrin of the Florida Democratic Party. but Pennsylvania will be the defining state for President Trump. Ohio is also full on surprising, I would say, to the Democratic Party at this moment by leaning towards Biden, but we'll see what happens.
Indeed, if Ohio happens to flip to the Dems and a state like Florida, Trump not only carries, but honestly ends up carrying somewhat comfortably, I think this election's going to be weird. And I mean, states like Texas, New York Times doesn't even have their prediction ready yet, right? We don't know necessarily what way Texas is going to go. There's still a game left to be played. I think this tonight will not be as much of a clear victory for Joe Biden as some people thought it was, but we still have a long way to go. Bryan, how are you feeling? Like, are you still comfortable with your pre-election prediction? Is that changing at all?
I'm still comfortable. I do believe there will be a Biden victory. I believe it's going to be closer than I originally predicted. I originally thought Biden was going to at least break 330 in the electoral college, but I do not believe that is as likely now. I'm believing Biden maybe break 300, but as time goes on, that may prove again, or that may as my earlier prediction may prove fruitless. Although former Congressman Joe Garcia of Florida joined us to talk about the state of Florida during this election.
Joining us now is former Congressman Joe Garcia of the 26th District of Florida. He is a Democrat. He is also the co-chair of the Mercury Consulting, which is a public relations firm. He was also formerly the executive director and president of the Cuban American National Foundation. Congressman Garcia, thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Wonderful. So let's get started. Tomorrow, the polls will close. Florida will start counting its votes. There's an old saying that Florida never votes the same way twice. And so I think my first question is, because we've shattered previous early voting estimates by hitting 8.7 million early votes in Florida. Last election, 9.6 million Floridians cast a ballot total, and only favored President Trump by about 1.2%. Governor Ron DeSantis has claimed that the Sunshine State is more inclined to lean towards Donald Trump in 2020 than he was in 2016, citing new taxes, regulatory burdens in Democratic states, left-wing radicalism, as he would say, and a severe COVID response by Democratic governors. What would you say to the governor's claim of a hidden Trump landslide?
Well, I don't think anything that Trump does is hidden, and clearly, while I at some point would have thought that there might be hidden Trump voters, I think more than anything, more likely you're going to have hidden Democratic voters who simply don't want to confront the sort of vile nature that our politics has become, particularly in the South, in this southern state and in Florida. But look, I think several things that they did right? And again, it was wrong for public health, but they had a very vigorous door-to-door campaign, and they literally caught up with us in voter registration during the downtime of COVID, right, where everybody was sort of pulling back and they were stepping forward. And to some degree, the Democrats, what they did was an incredible early vote process where they didn't register as many voters, but they got a lot of their people to turn into absentee ballot and early voters. So we're going into an election day with the highest number of votes ever in the camp. Right now, the Democrats, and I didn't see last night's numbers. Last night's numbers should have favored the Democrats. We're probably going to go into the election or into election night with about 100,000 party advantage in terms of people that have voted. But again, election day, you probably have at least a 20 to 25% vote that's still out there to come in. So we're going to shatter all previous records. I've looked at the polling. I've looked at some of the internals. South Florida is not performing as well as the Democrats would have liked in terms of early vote, or voter parity to the other party. But across the state, every poll's got us 1 to 3 to 4 points ahead. So while I think Governor DeSantis is sort of talking about some kind of surprise that'll happen election day, I don't think that's the case. In Florida, as a general rule, the early voters, and in particular the absentee ballots, have always been a strength of the Republican Party. And so I have to assume that much of that has come in. So we'll see. Election day will decide a lot. But while I have great respect for Governor DeSantis, he and I got elected at the same time in Congress. I am not a big believer that we're going to be surprised tomorrow. If anything, I think the Democrats are in a good position and they've got momentum going into this election.
Staying on that topic of voter registration and ballots cast, despite Florida's voting to restore the rights of rehabilitated felons to vote, the state legislature and in part Governor DeSantis himself have placed a few obstacles in their path to voting, including paying for the legal fees of their trials. Wealthy individuals like Michael Bloomberg have made efforts to forgive some of these debts, but many of them still owe the state. And the actions of philanthropists like Mr. Bloomberg only affect so many. How do you believe the state's actions will affect the results on Tuesday from that voting bloc?
Well, let me give you two views on that. The first is I think anytime government restricts people from voting is a bad thing. And I believe that every citizen should have a right to vote because the franchise makes you part of the system and gives you your chip in the game. And I think everyone should have the opportunity to vote. And Florida was one of the last, and still is, because of DeSantis and the legislature's motion to make them pay penalties and costs, court costs, as well as levies fined by the courts against them or outstanding judgments. That's my first position, and I think it is reprehensible what the governor and the legislature have done. But on a secondary point, I don't think it's going to have much of an effect because we have found, after pretty serious studies of some of these voters, what we found that while Democrats believe that a huge portion of this vote was naturally for them, with this type of revived Republican Party or this new Republican Party, which is based to some degree on xenophobia or race classification, one of the things we found that when we polled felons that had a right to have their voting record restored, we found that under this Trump rubric of the Republican Party, many of them were voting for Trump, right? And so there is this racial divide that is accentuated by our jail system, right? The tribalism that goes on in the jail system itself. And so we don't think that we would have been a great net winner. Clearly, the Republicans thought we would have, and that's why they haven't given them votes. But I've seen the studies, and obviously, I wish they were voting, but I don't think it's going to be determinative of the outcome.
Moving on to issues facing South Florida and issues that have always been important to South Florida. You're the son of Cuban refugees. You graduated from Belen Prep, which was relocated, pushed out of La Habana when Castro exiled the Jesuits.
It was his alma mater.
Yeah, it was his alma mater. You're the former president of the Cuban American National Foundation. And as a congressman, you joined your fellow Cuban congressmen, both Republicans and Democrats, in requesting or urging the Obama administration to maintain Cuba's state terror classification under the State Department. President Obama ended up normalizing relations with Cuba the first time. They were thrown back into flux under the Trump administration. If a Biden administration were to renormalize relations with Cuba, would that possibly affect Cuban support for the vice president, especially in your district, which is a majority Cuban? And would you approve of that move?
Look, I mean, there's a lot of things to unpack in that question, but let me begin by saying mea culpa, right? If I had to do all over again, probably it was political impetus that sort of made me look at that as an issue, right? Because anytime you touch Cuba, you touch a policy that has great sensitivities, right? whether it's when you deal with the issue of Israel in the United States. It's a lightning rod for people who have one view or another. Cuba and Cuban Americans have very set views on Cuba policy, and I for one is someone who's occupied almost every bit of that spectrum, except actually being a communist or supporting the government of Cuba. But what I do believe is that Joe Biden is going to try to go back to the Obama policy. But that policy he should get there by looking at what are in the best interests of the United States and what is in the best interest of the people of Cuba. Beyond whether we want to see change or not in Cuba, it should be based on what is the best interest of the United States. So we've had a basically static policy, with the exception of the last 2 years of the Obama administration, that basically called for a sanctions regime where we tried to force change from without. If you look at one place where we've had much more severe sanctions and the effects it had, like Venezuela, where quite literally here is the richest country in natural resources in the hemisphere, is in total collapse. Now, most of that has to do with the incompetence of the government of Venezuela. Likewise, I don't think the embargo is the be-all, end-all that has made Cuba such an economic disaster. But what I do think is that what we do know is that societies change from pressures from within, not pressures from without. What dictatorships want is a looming threat from outside. The less real, the better, and the embargo's effect is relatively small if you really think about it. But of course, this administration has played into what Cuba is particularly good at is playing David to our Goliath. But the truth is that I think we will begin to move back if Biden went back to that policy. But it also requires Cuban Americans to engage, and many of us have either lacked the courage or showed the forcefulness necessary to make that happen. Just like the Cuban government, I think, in its heart of hearts, realizes how it missed the opportunity that the Obama administration offered. Now, that said, I mentioned enemies from without. We've got an election where we're running against communism, which is akin to, 100 years ago, running against mercantilism, right? A failed economic system that no longer operates anywhere in the world. Well, communism likewise, right? The real communist countries in the world, I guess you could say, is Cuba, and I don't think Cuba is a threat to America. The Chinese party that runs the Communist Party in China, that runs the government of China, is in essence a capitalist system. So I think this fear of communism is overblown, but it's one that plays very strongly in South Florida, right? And this fear of socialism and what it brings. And people in my generation, this is almost a Pavlovian response, and I think that's what the president is playing to. So I think the president is going to do quite well in the Cuban American community. I think he'll hit the low 70s, mid 70s with the Cuban support, which is pretty monolithic and unfortunate from my perspective. But it also plays to the absurdity of the argument. Lennon had a great line about this. He says, history repeats itself. The first time is a tragedy and the second time is a farce. That's what we're living here, right? The idea that we're somehow in fear of this country that is no longer a threat, no longer a world leader, an economic basket case where its founders are either dead or retired, and that we somehow fear that the United States is going to adopt this failed economic model is an absurdity. But nonetheless, in South Florida, it has tremendous strength from those who've been direct victims of communism and communist rule.
Staying in South Florida, but moving more specifically to your district, you were the first congressman from the 26th district. Prior to that, you had run against Mario Diaz-Balart in the 25th. You were the closest that a Democrat has ever gotten to unseating a Diaz-Balart brother. But you made your way into the 26th after that district was created, and you ran against David Rivera. Now your 2 times over successor, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, is fighting a hard-fought battle against Carlos Jimenez, who is for those who don't know, the mayor of Miami-Dade County, but seems to have recovered a lot of the ground in her race. It's still a hard-fought battle, but she's recovered at least some of it. Is the 26th district finally falling in line with the party, or is this kind of a final push as a referendum against Trump in Miami-Dade, the Keys, and Monroe counties?
I honestly think that Biden is going to win that district by I think a substantial margin. I do think she's got a tough race because this is one of the few places where COVID played to the advantage of the incumbent. He was sitting the mayor of the largest part of the district, which is Miami-Dade County, as you mentioned. So he was on TV all the time and basically a household name. It forced Mercosal Powell, who had less name recognition, to start from a disadvantage. But I've been looking at some of the internals and other people have been polling. I think it's a pretty tight race, but I think it's going to lean Democratic. I think she's going to probably win it. But that said, you bring up the point, does this seat finally go to the Democrats? Well, it may have finally come to the Democrats, but we're also approaching the census. So Florida is going to get one, if not two more congressional seats. So it means almost every seat in the state is going to be redrawn, this being one of them. I do think that it'll be tough to turn this into a Republican seat. I think Republicans have more to fear when you break that up in South Florida, but we'll see. But I do think she's right now in a dominant position, and she should be able to pull this race off.
Wonderful. And my final question, which is looking to the future. You were President Obama's director of the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity at the U.S. Department of Energy before you were congressman from the 26th district. If you were to be contacted by the Biden transition team, would you consider joining a possible Biden administration?
Probably. Look, first off, no one should ever turn down their president in either party when they get asked to serve their country. It's just a great honor. But I'm hoping not to do that. I've given the majority of my life, adult life, to some form of public service. And while I enjoy it tremendously, I also think it's time for a new generation. In particular, your generation, the generation right ahead of you, which is a huge wave that's coming through government. And while we may have the oldest candidate in our nation's history running for president, that doesn't mean that these positions which effectuate government and act, these political appointees shouldn't be engaged. These Gen Xers shouldn't be starting to take their roles in their places. There's a lot to do for each citizen from outside, and I have the great benefit of having a lot of good friends in Congress who I've worked with throughout the years, and there's a lot to be done. But my hope is that they are going to be better people than myself to fill these slots, and that it's a great opportunity for new people to serve the government.
Well, Congressman Garcia, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you being here. And hopefully by the end of, I guess, tomorrow night, when people are watching this tonight, we will have an answer to who will be the next president of the United States.
That is, I am as hopeful as you, even more so, that this will be over by tomorrow night. All the best, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. And a big thank you to former Congressman from the Florida 26th District, Joe Garcia. Currently in that district, there is a hard-fought battle between Debbie Mucarsel Powell and Carlos Jimenez. Debbie Mucarsel Powell being the congresswoman since 2018, and Carlos Jimenez being the mayor of Miami-Dade County. Right now, we're ready to make another projection. And Colorado, the great state of Colorado, is projected to go to Joe Biden. Vice President Joe Biden has won the great state of Colorado's 9 electoral votes, putting him at a 131-94 electoral advantage. As it stands, Florida, Georgia, Texas, all too close to call. Texas has recently flipped, and it's too close to call to favoring Trump. Though, again, too close to call. We are monitoring it closely, and we will be monitoring it throughout the night. Texas is definitely a big win for Joe Biden should he get it, but not an unexpected loss, seeing as Texas is a hard Republican state, and the last time that Texas voted for a Democrat was for Jimmy Carter in 1976. Additionally, Kansas, Missouri, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Pennsylvania are too close to call. So is Maine and New Hampshire, though New Hampshire is heavily favoring Vice President Biden at the moment, while Florida seems to be heavily favoring President Trump, who is winning by approximately 3 points. We are in an interesting point in this evening. Democratic operatives would probably say this isn't exactly where they expected to be, with a 2-point lead in Florida turning into a 3-point Trump gap in Florida. Jordan, what do you think is going on right now that we might not have seen?
So I think the reality of the situation was there was just a lot we were not going to be able to see. There's a lot of variance, right? And so what people don't understand when somebody like Nate Silver makes a projection and they say, oh, well, he said 90% and he projected all these states and he was wrong. He wasn't necessarily wrong. A lot of these states happen within the margin of error. However, that margin of error, in my mind, and I've been saying this before, seemed strikingly low in some of these polls because you had so much added variance into this election. The massive increase in voter turnout in no way should have ever left you with the same margin of error. Honestly, it should have had more, right? And COVID should have affected the margin of error. The racial tension should have affected the margin of error. The overall unpopularity of Trump should have affected the margin of error. And so I think what we're seeing now, especially in Florida, is a lot of this stuff we thought going in, we may have just not had enough information. And so to me, it raises this really interesting question, right? Is this more like 2016, where we, or some people at least, came into the night feeling good and walked away feeling not good? Or like 2018, where people were, started feeling bad, but then it came around and they ended up feeling all right. And so for me, it feels different than both, but probably closer to 2016. Bryan, what about you?
I think it feels closer to 2016. I think especially in Virginia, the Democratic Party, their push for a blue wave, I think, has fallen short. Although Virginia did turn blue, I really am disappointed with the outcome of other states when how every other media outlet was predicted, oh, there would be a Biden landslide, there'd be a Biden. And I will be reflective and say I thought Biden would win a very large, and with a large gap, and that most likely will not happen. Orlando, do you have anything to say?
What I will say is Florida was never fully outside of the realm of possibility for Donald Trump. It was a 60-40 split, if I remember correctly, on 538. But what's going to be interesting to watch, because Florida was never a pivotal state for Joe Biden. It was a pivotal state for Donald Trump. If Donald Trump could jump the hurdle of winning Florida, he got that much closer to his path to winning the presidency. In Virginia, I think we're going to continue seeing Democrats win up and down the ballot. The real question is also going to be the 5th District of Virginia, which will make a serious shift in the congressional delegation of the Commonwealth should, I believe it's Dr. Cameron Webb, beat Bob Good. That said, the further we get into this, I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania being that 30% chance, 35% chance electoral tipping state is about right at this point. And Florida being that 10 to 15% electoral tipping state is also about right. Florida was a necessary win for the president. The president seems to be inching towards a win in the state of Florida. But I think that really what we're going to be looking at is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Arizona. And Arizona has some serious correlation with Florida, which might indicate to the Biden camp right now that this is going to be a slimmer victory than they expected at the beginning of the evening.
Right. My view is that Biden at this point, really, the paths to victory are narrowing, especially if the South tends to go the direction it's reporting now, which is Trump wins everywhere that any kind of normal viewer would expect him to win in the South. And in that world, Biden has two paths to victory. One is, and I know Ohio just flipped red, but it would be finding a way to get back Ohio, maybe to keep North Carolina, and then to win Arizona. And the other way would be let it all come down to Pennsylvania. Now, the two key questions right now are also Wisconsin and Michigan, but those, there's still a lot left to be reported. And so I think ultimately this is going to be a close election. It feels like 2016. It also feels like people continue to underestimate the Trump campaign's ability to reach out to voters and to reach out to groups that we would not necessarily expect to vote for him, and that he wins. Now, do I think this is going to be as big of a loss as it was for Hillary in 2016? I don't think we're there yet. I think things are still okay on that front. But I think both parties, even assuming what we assume going in, right? Even if Biden ends up pulling out, except it's closer than we thought, I do think both parties need to do some reevaluation. I don't know if Bryan or Orlando, you kind of have anything to say on that.
I would agree. Reevaluation be a great step for especially the Democratic Party, or Democrat Party, I should say. I really do think that I'll be maybe shedding my bias a little bit, but their insistence of Biden has hurt them, where in the primaries, Hispanic voters were very much fans of Sanders, as they were, and as we've shown earlier, is that Hispanic voters are not favoring Biden in this election, especially compared to Hillary Clinton in 2016. And I really do wonder sometimes is how different would it be if Sanders was in Biden's place currently?
I think it's worth noting. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
No, please, Orlando.
You know, I think that at some point or another, we're looking at an electorate where, sure, there are Hispanic voters that would otherwise support Senator Bernie Sanders. But we also live in a country with an electoral college. And the Democratic voters who would support Bernie Sanders in Nevada are going to be a lot less important during this fight tonight than the Cuban and Venezuelan voters in Florida, particularly in Miami-Dade and Broward. If Senator Bernie Sanders were running tonight, this is obviously conjecture, but I would say Florida would not be 51 to 47 red. It would be 56 to 44 red. Because at the end of the day, we live in a country where, sure, the popular vote matters for something, but so does the Electoral College. An electoral loss in Florida is bad. A huge electoral loss in Florida is worse. And we have multiple demographics. The Democratic Party has multiple demographics, and so does the Republican Party have multiple demographics that they have to play to. So sure, we could fight as either the Democratic or the Republican Party saying Latinos in Nevada and Texas would be likely to vote for Senator Bernie Sanders. But it's worth noting that Texas was won by Joe Biden, and so was a majority of the Democratic convention. And so at the end of the day, we can sit here and fight over whether or not Bernie Sanders would do better or worse. But as a matter of form, there's a difference between the electorates that matter in the Electoral College, which is particularly black voters this time around, and which will continue to be black voters this time around in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Virginia, and including in Pennsylvania and New York. But we can also have a conversation as to whether or not Bernie Sanders could have done better. And I would probably argue at this point that based on how Florida has gone, he would probably have done worse.
Yeah, I think that the reality, again, if it continues to look like this, which at this point is still a rather large if, there's still a lot of data we need to gather. If it continues to look like this, I also think there needs to be some reevaluation about why this candidate that the Democrats constantly felt like he was a bad candidate, like a lot of the data suggested was a bad candidate. Maybe it wasn't just white uneducated voters, right? Maybe there are other things going on. There are other metrics, other reasons why he was appealing to them. And I think the Democratic Party needs to do real evaluation where it can't lose itself, right? It cannot embrace certain things that Trump's Republican Party have embraced, nor should it. It should not do that. But it needs to figure out, if this continues, even if Biden wins, why this election was so close.
I agree with what you said. I think another thing that the Democrats should reevaluate is their approach with just people voting in general. Whereas there were so many people who, I know personally many people who voted third party and voted third party almost out of spite, as they knew their vote wouldn't count, is how after everything they've been told of the 2016 horror stories of my dad voted for Jill Stein, my sister voted for Gary Johnson, that they voted for a third party. And then that message of just disdain for those who vote for a third party carried onwards. Yet the Democrats focused on people who didn't. So the Democrats focused on people who voted third party, but didn't address the fact that almost a third of the eligible population that could vote in the U.S. did not. And I think that was a critical error that they did. I think that comes to the end. This will conclude our regular.
Yeah, I think we're hitting the end of tonight's main broadcast. We'll see over the course of the night where things go. We're going to be coming back in about 30 minutes for a quick update, and we'll be back every 30 minutes after to see where the Electoral College goes. This is certainly a conversation that's not over here. This is certainly not a conversation that's over throughout the country, obviously. We're still seeing electoral votes counted. We're still seeing states bring in their returns, and we will probably see a few errors. We will probably see plenty of victories for both candidates. But as we move towards the West, we're looking at a slowdown for the evening. As it stands, Joe Biden is winning with 131 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 94. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and South Carolina have been called for President Trump. Or Colorado, New Mexico, Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, the District of Columbia, New Jersey,
I'm just going to
New York,
jump in here really quickly. Virginia is recalled. It went red, according to CNN.
Virginia has recalled, and it's gone to...
They said it is unclear right now, but CNN declared Virginia for Biden, and now they're saying, hold on, it actually is a very large, sizable Trump lead right now with very little room for Biden to gain back.
Okay, so we're seeing a little bit of uncertainty out of Virginia. We will continue to see what happens throughout the night. As it stands, the Associated Press and Politico are calling it for Joe Biden. CNN has called it too close to call for the evening. As it stands, there are plenty of other states that are also too close to call. And we will be returning with the election results from all of them later tonight. And we will be discussing as things continue and analyzing those results as they come in. For now, we can only wait. As I said at the beginning, we can only wait to see who will be the next president of the United States, who will be the next senators of the United States Senate, and what the next House of Representatives will look like. From all of us here, I think we can say good night, at least for now. We will see you at 9 p.m. Oh, it's 9:55. Sorry. We will see you at 10:30 p.m. Oh, God. You can see how this is getting to me. We will see you at 10:30 p.m. to discuss the continuing results. And we wish you and your families the best over the course of this evening and throughout this pandemic. Thank you very much for joining us. Bryan, Jordan, any last words for people watching?
See you in 30
Stay
minutes.
safe.
See you in 30 minutes.
Hi everyone, I am here today with Dr. Jennifer Kahler, who is the Director of the Counseling and Psychological Services at George Mason. Dr. Kahler, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you for having me on.
Great. So for our viewers at home who might not be familiar with exactly what CAPS are, the Counseling and Psychological Services are, can you give us a brief breakdown exactly what it is and what your main goal or mission is?
Sure. So CAP supports students by fostering the well-being of the diverse Mason community through psychological, learning, outreach, and consultation services. Our staff are licensed clinical psychologists, licensed social workers, licensed professional counselors, and we also have a psychiatrist on our staff. And we also have pre-doctoral psychology interns who are in the last year of their doctoral programs that are in training with us. In terms of our services, we offer all of our services virtually during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're offering individual and group counseling. We're offering crisis intervention services, case management services. So if a student is needing to get connected to a provider in the community, we will be happy to meet with the student to make that connection. Psychiatry services, as I stated, and outreach services. And we're also offering virtual daily workshops and support spaces.
Wow, that sounds like a really fantastic resource. So moving into the topic of mental health, that seems to be a very hot topic these days, and the word seems to be thrown around quite often. So how would you best describe what exactly mental health is and why might it be important for us to know?
Sure, absolutely. So mental health, the term mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. So it affects how we think, how we feel, and how we act. And it also determines how we handle stress, how we relate to others, and how we make healthy choices or not healthy choices. So mental health is important at every stage of our lives, from childhood and adolescence through adulthood. So mental and physical health are equally important components of our overall health. So mental illness, especially things like depression, increases the risk for many types of physical health problems, such as stroke, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and similarly, the presence of chronic medical conditions can increase our risk for mental health issues or mental illness. So it's equally important to pay attention to one's physical health as it is to pay attention to one's mental health.
Great, thank you. Now, moving into right now, the election period, this can be a very stressful time for many people. So what are some strategies that people can use in order to get through or manage in this time?
Sure. So right now, I think one of the hardest things about the election period is uncertainty. And we're already facing uncertainty due to the global pandemic, social unrest, issues that we're facing as a nation. And so the election is another example of a very stressful and uncertain situation. Some people are better at dealing with uncertainty than others. So some of the tips, I guess, that I would give are avoid dwelling on things that you cannot control. So oftentimes when uncertainty strikes, many people immediately imagine their worst case scenarios. So focusing on what you can control. So if you're following the news, watching the debates or scrolling through social media, that can cause a lot of stress. So you might want to limit your media consumption. Giving yourself permission to take a break from the news is really important. Second one would be engaging in meaningful activities. So rather than fixating on news coverage, finding an activity that you really enjoy and trying to spend time doing that. And even for some people, getting involved in activities that are meaningful to them. I think another one is staying socially connected. And of course, that's challenging right now during the pandemic, but going for a physically distanced walk with people, spending time outside with friends or family if possible, that can be very, very helpful. Research shows that people who have at least one or two friends or family members that they can turn to for emotional support during stressful times tends to help them cope better than people who don't have support. Staying active is really helpful. So for example, tomorrow during the election day, I would recommend if someone's feeling particularly stressed, taking a long walk could be very, very helpful. And helps us release the energy that we might experience when we're feeling stressed. And finally, I think it's really important to realize that we might not know who won the election on election night. So if you are somebody that will raise your anxiety, keeping busy with things, taking a break from checking the news frequently, I know this is hard to recommend, but maybe even going to bed early and just deciding that it's better to take care of yourself and getting an update in the morning might be the best strategy.
Great. Well, thank you so much for those tips. And I also understand that CAPS is going to be organizing some various activities ranging around the election period and going forward. Would you mind talking about some of those activities or events?
Sure. So we're, first of all, very important to know that we're continuing to offer counseling and crisis services as usual. And we actually have extra staff in place in case we have an influx of students who need extra support. We also have after hours crisis support, which students can access by calling our main number and then selecting option 1, which will connect a student to an after hours crisis counselor. But in addition to those things, and we have a number of really exciting and helpful events. First one is that on Monday night at 6 o'clock, we're hosting an Instagram Live where a CAPS clinician will be available to answer questions about managing stress, coping with uncertainty, and ways to find support. On Wednesday, the day after the election, we're offering a mindfulness workshop, the election edition, we're calling it, where we're going to talk about incorporating mindfulness to combat feelings of stress during the election season. Also on Wednesday, we're co-hosting a supportive space with the Student Support and Advocacy Center at 6 o'clock at night to discuss feelings about the election results, connect with others, those kinds of things. And then we're also partnering with the Center for Wellbeing and Mason Rec. We're offering a number of different, co-facilitating a number of different fitness and kind of mindfulness activities with them. All of these events can be found on our website. Under outreach. And we even have a web page on our website that's dedicated to election resources.
Great. Those sound like some really awesome opportunities. And just for our viewers at home, what would you say would be the best way for them to get in touch with the CAPS office, or if they'd like to get involved with any of those events you just mentioned?
Sure. So our website definitely has the most up-to-date information, which is caps.gmu.edu. And then always, if somebody needs to get connected to a counselor, calling us at our main number, which is 703-993-2380. And our front desk staff will help get a student connected.
Great. And then finally, do you have any last words or comments that you'd like to leave with our viewers tonight?
Yes, I would say my main goal is to make sure that students know we are open and that we're here for them. And despite all of our outreach and messaging, some students don't realize that we're still open despite the pandemic. So I also think the other thing is that students often have a misconception that they should only seek help when their problems become severe. And I really want students to know that seeking help earlier can often prevent issues from becoming more serious. So I hope that students will hear this and think about reaching out to us for support. So thank you so much for interviewing me, and hopefully this interview will increase awareness of CAPS.
Yes, I'm sure it will. Well, Dr. Kahler, I want to thank you for joining me here today. And for all of you at home that are interested in participating in any of these activities, make sure to go and check out their website. There's some really great opportunities and you won't want to miss them. Once again, Dr. Kahler, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening for those just joining us. We have ended our primary broadcast, but we are still here every 30 minutes or so, giving you updates on the polls. As it stands, the electoral map seems not to have changed very much in the last 30 minutes. John Hickenlooper is expected to be the next senator from Colorado, unseating Cory Gardner, who made his way into that seat after the Tea Party surge in 2012 and 2014. It also seems to be that Joe Biden is leading for the moment in Montana. Donald Trump is leading in Wisconsin and Michigan, though those leads are expected to drop as Wisconsin and Michigan continue opening and sorting and processing absentee, mail-in, and early votes. As it stands, nothing has changed, but everything has changed. There was an expectation from many that this evening we would see a Biden landslide. That is still possible. That is still tentative, but it's much less likely than it was in the case of a Florida, North Carolina, or Georgia win for the former vice president. Jordan, what are you seeing right now in our current electoral map and in the projections from each of the major networks?
So right now it looks like Arizona, with about 73% in, is favoring Biden pretty heavily. There's reason to be somewhat skeptical of that, largely because Arizona counted a lot of those early votes first, and those early votes happened in the big cities where you would get a lot of voters ordinarily. So it's looking good for Biden, but we're not out of the woods, or his campaign's not out of the woods yet on that one. New Hampshire was just declared for Biden. It was declared he won, I think, by 8 points, if memory serves. And if he won by 8 points, that is still very much within the margin of error for the poll in New Hampshire, which is good. If Biden wins Arizona, having won New Hampshire, and Michigan and Wisconsin, when the early votes get counted tomorrow, come in, we could have been worried. I could have been worried for very little reason, and Biden will win, not in a landslide, but he will win. If, however, Michigan or Wisconsin flip, or Arizona flips back, or Virginia, which was initially projected as good by a lot of like the Associated Press and Politico because of previous votes, like previous voting centers, and those previous voting centers did not go the way they expected. Right now we're waiting on Fairfax County. Trump has a sizable lead, but it seems like with Fairfax County, Biden very likely could and will take it. It may be close enough for a recount, though that is unclear. Biden will win Florida. Biden more than likely is going to win North Carolina.
Biden will win Florida, or Biden will win Arizona?
Well, I'm sorry. Trump will likely win Florida. Biden is up in Arizona. I'm sorry. Trump will likely win Florida. And Trump right now looks like a likely winner in North Carolina, but Nate Cohn from the New York Times, no relation, is saying that there was a polling error. It's not a big enough polling error by itself to allow Biden to jump in the lead, but it is enough to slow down their projection system. I think anybody looking at the data right now would still tell you, just based on the information we have, if you flip a coin 1.15 times, it would go Biden right now, and the other 0.85 times, it would go Trump. So we're close, and that's just 538.
Quite the take.
That was not
quite the take there.
That was not my own projection. That was 538. And so
no, absolutely.
Yeah, and so I think that people are freaking out because there was an expectation that Biden would win big. It seems to me, in Orlando, this is something we were talking about off air, just there was so much variance in this election. And I think a lot of pollsters trust their methods, and rightfully so, because those methods generally work. And what they were seeing in those states was that, yes, variance would be higher, but they could control for that by waiting. And it seems like some of the weights are probably off, which is why we're seeing what we're seeing. But you've been saying this all night, and I'm going to pass it back over to you now. None of the states Trump has won were states he could survive without winning.
Absolutely
and the
the
same
case.
True for Biden.
Absolutely the case. A Biden win would obviously take New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts. A Trump win would definitely, as always, take an Alabama, a Mississippi, an Arkansas. And Trump has outperformed in states that he was expected to outperform in. What's interesting, and what I think I want to come back to, is Arizona, which is a state that has had. I think I'll go back to something else, which is the interview with Professor Jennifer Victor, who said, "Yeah, we can look at the parties and variants and these kinds of things, but in Los Angeles County there are more registered Republicans than in Mississippi." Well, Arizona, and in Los Angeles, Republicans make up a minority of voters, despite having more Republican voters than Mississippi. In Arizona, it's an interesting take on that issue because Maricopa County is the largest per capita county to have a Republican majority. And despite that, it seems that Biden is outperforming Trump for the moment. I'm not going to prognosticate as to whether that will remain, but for the moment. And what is your take on that? I mean, what do you think is happening in Maricopa County right now that might otherwise not happen in Skip a McCain ticket? He was from Arizona.
Early voting. I wouldn't get too excited about that either way. A lot of this is just early voting, especially in Maricopa County, where you were just going to see Maricopa County makes up 60% of all voters in Arizona. And Arizona tends to be a fairly close state. Generally, I know it's leaned Republican, but it tends to be somewhat close. And so it's not terribly surprising with the increase in voter turnout we're seeing that is leaning Biden right now. It doesn't mean it won't continue to lean Biden. I think that's a little bit less surprising. Now, what is surprising is that we have 75%, according to the New York Times, I just saw, of Arizona in, and Biden is winning. New York Times right now is projecting narrow wins in Arizona, Colorado, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Wisconsin. That's game over. Trump has no path to success if just the narrow wins go Biden's way.
And we're looking as well in the Midwest at Iowa, where Biden is holding a lead. Now, we saw in Dubuque County that there was a COVID spike. That COVID spike has disproportionately affected Republicans, Dubuque being the largest Republican county in Iowa. Is that going to negatively affect Trump in this case? Do you think that these imposed quarantines by either authorities or medical providers, do you think those things are going to drastically affect the Trump vote in Iowa tonight? Or do you think that this will switch back over to a pro-Trump vote?
I don't necessarily know that it'll switch over, but Iowa was actually one of those states that I thought was always going to be close. And it was weird to me. A lot of pollsters were convinced in both ways. Like, Iowa was weird because there were some polls that were very clearly Biden and some that were very clearly Trump. I always thought that was weird because, I mean, if you look at Iowa, if you look at Des Moines, it tends to be a fairly predictive state. And the Des Moines Register poll that had Trump winning by 11 clearly looks less ridiculous now than it did a week ago. But
absolutely.
But I think that maybe what that poll made, what we should have thought when we saw that poll is, this does not mean Trump's going to win. This does not mean Biden's going to win. What it does mean is it's very likely Biden does not win in a landslide. And I think that's really where I'm sitting right now. I don't necessarily feel like Trump has done anything to guarantee he wins. I think the likelihood now compared to 3 hours ago that Trump wins is substantially higher. But
what do you think that is at this point?
Oh, I think 538 massively. It's not just 538, but 538 does like the kind of most advanced stuff, right? 538 underweighted variance. The underweighted variant, and that is an enormous mistake.
So I'm gonna pull us back to Iowa again rather than a full electoral win, because there are the electoral wins and then there are the popular wins. We do not vote for president. We vote for electors for presidents. Mm-hmm. We do vote for senators, and that's been the case for just over a century now, or just under a century now. In Iowa, with the Biden lead, do you believe that Teresa Greenfield can overcome a polling deficit to beat Joni Ernst?
Yes and no. I mean, again, I think that even more than, and I mean, anybody watching Orlando will tell you I have been for 3 weeks now saying we are way underestimating the variance. I think that goes both ways, though, right? It was we did not know which way that underestimated variance was going to go, and that was the world of the Biden dominating win. I actually think in states the variance can go both ways. It could go one way in the House and the Senate, and one way in the presidency. What about you?
You know what? I've always been a believer in North Carolina's split tickets, but I think Professor Victor put it best in that variance between the split tickets in 2016 between Roy Cooper and Donald Trump. Split tickets generally have been lowering as we've become a much more party aligned country. I don't think that we're going to be seeing quite so much of that. As we move forward, I believe that it is safe to say we will not know the results of this election tonight, something that has been in dispute for the majority of this week. We have called here New Hampshire for Joe Biden after Jeanne Shaheen's win in the Senate. We believe that the presidency will follow that Senate call. Wisconsin and Michigan will also be too close to call, though. Wisconsin and Michigan, by contrast, will be too close to call, and they should stay that way for the rest of the night. Michigan has a provision in its law that allows them to open ballots one day before, open its early ballots one day before the election day, and Wisconsin opens on the day of election day. So we still have a fair amount of time before those ballots can be opened, prepared to go through a processor, processed, and counted. We still have plenty of time in Michigan before that happens, and we have plenty of time in Ohio and Pennsylvania before they do the same. There is a lot to look forward to this evening. There is also a lot of uncertainty in this evening. We will be back with you in about 30 minutes, but I want to give the last word to Jordan. Do you have any major either predictions, thoughts, or jokes for this evening?
What I will say is in 4 hours, I do not think we will know who wins. I think we'll have a very firm idea of the way this election can end. But with that, let's talk again in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see you in 30 minutes. That will be at 11:10. At 11:10, we will give you where we are in the Electoral College, the Senate, and we will continue analyzing the exits as well as the results from each of these states, though it is very clear to us now that there will likely not be an answer tonight.
Hi, everyone. I am here with Nick, who is the Director of Lead at George Mason. Nick, how are you doing today?
Great. Thanks, Cruz. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. So with the upcoming election, the lead office is playing an important role, and we just want to introduce the office to our viewers. So for those who may be unfamiliar with it, what exactly is the lead office and what is their primary mission?
Sure. So our overall vision is more effective ethical leaders for the world. And we do that through a series of workshops, conferences, retreats, different ways of recognizing leaders. But we don't just think of leadership in terms of a positional only way. And the quickest way we get to that is, think for yourself, how many of you have been part of a group or organization where the members showed better leadership than the person in the position of power? So we kind of think usually a lot of people raise their hand for that one. So we think leadership is not just about a position of power, although that's really important. And a really big part of what we do is trying to have leadership for positive change. So when we think of what counts as positive change, we have to talk about ethics. And some people define leadership as, they would say a leader would be somebody, anybody who has great influence, like a terrible dictator. But for us, you can also think some people wouldn't say it's about a terrible dictator. That's not leadership, that's dictatorship. But we kind of think no matter how you define leadership, we have to be talking about leadership for positive change, or else our offices be kind of contributing to creating the next terrible dictator. So
that's really great. So for you, leadership is probably one of the most important skills a student can learn. But so how can students use these skills, not just in their leader roles, but also in their lives?
Sure. I mean, the three main parts that we talk about when we talk about leadership development, sort of a general framework, something called a social change model of leadership. But if you think of a V, you start at the beginning with yourself, kind of self-understanding is super important, then branching out to learning about others and groups, and then even broader to society as a whole. So all the stuff that we do in the lead office is helping people kind of understand all those different levels, self, others, and society. And we think leadership is important no matter what you go into. Any field, anything, it's about collaboration, teamwork, those type of things. So no matter what you're going to go into, it's really essential to learn about leadership. As I mentioned earlier, it's not just about a position. So we think it's really important to learn about it for all aspects of life and relating to others.
Mm-hmm. And now looking specifically right now at the current election, I saw that the lead office is going to be hosting several activities and events based around it. Would you mind talking about some of those?
Sure, no problem. Yeah, so two of the things that we're kind of collaborating with a whole bunch of different offices on, so we don't want to take credit for it ourselves, but it's sort of like a great collaboration, which is really important in leadership, is we have two post-election discussions. So one is on November 5th and one is on November 9th. So this coming Thursday, November 5th, and then Monday, November 9th. And the focus of those, it's not really going to be getting into breaking down exactly what's happening in terms of we're going to educate about the electoral college or something like that, but it's really about having people have an opportunity to react, process what's going on, share in community with other people, their reactions, no matter what your reactions are, happy, sad, unsure, don't know what's going on, all that kind of stuff. It's really just an opportunity to have discussion and learn from each other. So I think that'll be a really cool opportunity. We also have something a little bit later on. It's November 17th, I believe. Yeah, November 17th, where we're going to have something called Right, Wrong, or Different. We have each semester we have a program called Right, Wrong, or Different. This one is going to be focused on public trust. So we think there's so much going on these days about people feeling like there's a breakdown in trust in society. Kind of same thing before, no matter how you believe politically, I think there's a lot of interesting research showing that trust is kind of going down in our society. And we're going to be having this program with Professor Stephen Pearlstein, who's a Pulitzer Prize winning columnist. And it's going to be a discussion where we purposely bring together international and domestic students to talk about what does public trust look like in other countries and the US, and what does that mean for what happens in society when trust is high? What does that mean? And when trust is low, what does that mean in society?
Yeah, that's really great. Obviously, in the last couple months, and even before that, public trust is definitely a big issue, and it can be a challenge for a lot of people. So that's really good. Now, looking at the lead office in a little bit more of a broad sense, are there any future events or anything that people should be looking out for, maybe that's past the election?
Sure, definitely. So we have something coming up. You'll probably actually get an email about it. Everyone will probably get an email about it coming up pretty soon. There's something called the Freedom and Learning Forum, which is something that we co-sponsor also with a bunch of different offices, where it's sort of discussions, panels, that kind of stuff, typically with the president's office. And President Washington, our new president, is going to be involved with this one, and the provost and a bunch of other folks who are involved on some task force about anti-racism and inclusion. And so it's a Freedom and Learning Forum called Racial Justice and Inclusion. That's going to be November 16th from 4 till 5 p.m. So that'll be a great opportunity. We just kind of finished up a leadership conference that we had, but in terms of other upcoming things, we have the spring semester, a lot of opportunities to get involved. Emerging Leaders Program, which is an 8-week, it's basically like one session, one workshop each week for 8 weeks. So people who want a little bit more in-depth leadership experience, we have that. We have Alumni Leadership Speaker Series, where we bring back recent alumni to talk about their leadership experiences so current students can learn from them. We also have Leadership Connection Hours, which we pick a different topic each time. And particularly these days, we thought it's really important to have people have more opportunities to connect with each other, because there's some, isolation going on with COVID-19 and everything like that. So we have a variety of those coming up. And then we also have a leadership summit that's going to be coming up, where we kind of change what the topic is each year. In the past, we've had it for first generation students. This year, we'll probably have it around students who are 25 years old and older, and also for students who are parents. We kind of do different populations for that, but really a lot of opportunities to kind of get involved. And we have a lot of service opportunities also.
Great. Those sound like some really good opportunities for students. And if any students are interested in checking these out or participating, what would be the best way for them to get involved?
Sure. The best way, just looking at our website, lead.gmu.edu is a really good way. And I'm happy for people, if you just want to reach out to me individually too. My email is nlennon, N-L-E-N-N-O-N @gmu.edu, and can point you to some other opportunities. But really the website's probably the best way we keep that updated. So that's the best way right now.
Great. And then finally, I just wanted to see if you had any last thoughts or comments that you'd like to leave any of our viewers with.
Sure. I think one of the big driving factors for our office is helping more people to see themselves as empowered as leaders and doing it for positive change. So I think if you hear the word leadership and you think, oh, maybe that's not for me because I'm not the head of an organization or something like that, really our office is doing things for every single student at Mason, and not just students, also faculty and staff. So we really want to be very inclusive with how we're talking about leadership. It's not just a positional only thing. And then also the focus that we talk about positive change, because sometimes people can talk about leadership and it's just like, okay, whoever has a lot of influence, and we're really trying to do things. And I think it kind of matches, what's going on in society. We need more and more opportunities for people to kind of come together across differences and have some kind of unity. Even if we disagree strongly about a lot of things, how can we kind of move forward and think what will create positive change, not just for ourselves, but for society more broadly?
I couldn't agree with you more. If there is a time where we all need to come together, this is it. And I'm so glad that there is opportunities on campus for students to come to figure out how exactly to do that. Thank you for joining us today. And if anyone out there is interested in participating in any of the LEAD activities or events, go and check out their website. And if you're interested in talking about the selection after the fact, you can join in one of those two discussions. Once again, Nick, thank you for joining us today.
Welcome back. This is the second of our post coverage updates. It is 11:10 p.m. on the East Coast, 8:10 on the West Coast. And we have a few projections to make. Joe Biden, former Vice President of the United States, will win California's 55 electoral votes, Oregon's 7 electoral votes, and Washington's 12 electoral votes. The vice president still leads in Arizona. He still leads in Iowa, Minnesota, and is gaining a lead in Maine. For the moment, Wisconsin and Michigan still lean to the incumbent president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. But it seems like those might go away in the next 24 hours as mail-in, absentee, and early ballots are counted. Jordan, we're still seeing Biden up in Arizona, which is nothing out of the ordinary for tonight, at least based on how votes are counted in Arizona and when they're counted in Arizona. But Iowa was expected to stay with the president, another state he won by almost 10 points in 2016. What can you tell us about Iowa today?
So right now, Iowa's actually narrowing. I also know that in 2008, 2012, and 2016, Iowa and Ohio voted in lockstep. And I think they did a number of times before 2004 also. So I think Iowa still probably finds a way to go Trump. That doesn't really matter as far as Joe Biden's concerned. Joe Biden does not need Iowa. Now, Iowa helps him, but it's not super necessary. Trump, Iowa is much more important. But we're at the point in the election where a lot of the state correlations, so like if you guys go to 538 to plug it in, I would be very careful with that because 538 treats these correlations as if they only exist after you press the button. And right now we're kind of past that. So it's very tough to project what's going to happen right now.
We're also looking in Minnesota, but that's not exactly a surprise. In North Carolina, though, there is definitely an earthquake of an effect in the Trump vote. And I guess my last projection was wrong. North Carolina can still surprise us, and North Carolina can still give us split tickets. Roy Cooper is expected to earn or to keep his seat for a second term as the governor of North Carolina, while Trump leads by 1.4% in the current vote, and Tom Tillis is ahead 1.7% in the current vote for the Senate. What can you tell us out of North Carolina at this time? It seems so uncertain.
Yeah, North Carolina, I think, is going Trump. New York Times is saying they had a polling error in their projections, but the later on in the night we get, the more it looks like North Carolina is probably going to go red. Actually, I would not, if I were a Democrat, would not count too much on North Carolina. I think if I'm a Democrat right now, the states I'm really looking at, most of them we won't know until at least tomorrow. Some maybe not even until Friday, which are Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. We're not going to know. Georgia, the lead's going to narrow because they're going to start counting Atlanta here soon, but we really won't know that until tomorrow or later. Georgia has a runoff in the Senate now, which is very interesting, or it looks like it's going to have a runoff. But Biden's path to victory, I mean, there's a lot of different kind of little mini things that need to go his way. Really, at this point, he needs to keep Michigan and Wisconsin where we expected them to be ahead of time, needs to win Arizona, needs to win Pennsylvania. If he does that, Joe Biden wins. If Joe Biden wins Arizona and Pennsylvania and loses Michigan and Wisconsin, then you're in a very interesting world. If he wins Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but loses Pennsylvania, I don't think that is set in stone for Trump yet, but I think Trump still looks all right. What do you help me with the math here?
I don't think I can. I think that's about right. Wisconsin is more likely at this point, most likely to lean towards Joe Biden, despite Michigan favoring Democrats a little bit more frequently. There seems to be a greater correlation between Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan in this race. And I'm not sure exactly where this is going to go in the Midwest, but what I do want to turn to is that runoff in Georgia. So Reverend Warnock, Raphael Warnock, was not able to reach his 50% margin in that jungle primary. And that will probably leave him in an unusual position against either Kelly Loeffler or Doug Collins in the coming weeks. Do we know which one of the Republicans is leading right now? I have not received that information just yet.
I haven't looked in a little bit, but I mean, again, I think at this point, Georgia 8 times out of 10 with the votes counted is it looks like it would go to Trump, but this has been a really, 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 really weird night. Just in terms of like, the only state we really know right now is Florida. That's like clearly an upset. Everything else right now is more or less expected. I think probably what's going on a little bit is Democrats thought they were going to flip a lot of these states, but like North Carolina was a toss-up. Like historically, it leans red, so one should have assumed like it's a toss-up that probably leans red. Ohio, I mean, I've been saying for months, is a red state. I've said it for years. There's not a surprise there. Texas, like this idea that we lost Texas and everybody's freaking out is crazy to me because Texas was always going to be red. So we don't know a lot. What we do know is this will not be a Biden blowout. Or it is more than likely it won't be a Biden blowout.
It's more than likely. It's very clear at this point that a Biden blowout has become a lot less certain. What I do want to do is make a projection that I missed about 5 minutes ago when we started this, which is that Nancy Pelosi will maintain the Speaker's gavel. The House of Representatives will stay in Democratic control for another 2 years. And now I'm assuming Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are looking very closely at the exit polling as well as the results in Iowa, Maine, and North Carolina to see whether they pick up the seats necessary to keep to flip the Senate.
Okay, so let's stop being Steve Kornacki for a second. Let's talk politics. What does the country look like over the next 4 years if Trump keeps the presidency, but the Democrats take the Senate and keep the House? Like, to you, what happens?
If Trump keeps the presidency and Democrats take the Senate and House?
Yeah, so like what does Trump still get a lot of stuff done? Does it look closer to like second term Obama where Democrats are just obstructing, or what? Like what do we see?
You know, I don't know that I'm really qualified to prognosticate on that, but I think at the end of the day, we've seen a lot less getting done when it's a combative and split ticket in the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Eisenhower said that he got very little done, but it turned out to be that the Republicans under the Obama administration cut that down by a significant margin of what they could get done. I think a Trump presidency with Democrats holding both houses of Congress is well, it's not a very efficient government. A lot of people like to see split governance, but at the end of the day, we're not in a political climate where that works in the same way that it didn't work for President Obama. I think it's going to look a lot the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is likely. So historically, it feels to me like the Democrats are going to be more likely to not necessarily fall in line. And I think even if Biden wins tonight or wins this week, wins the election. Given how tonight's gone, I would not be surprised to have Democrats all fighting within each other to figure out what is the direction of the party. And so I think it would be very interesting if Democrats have control of Congress while simultaneously trying to figure out what they want the party to look like.
Absolutely. We're about to run out of time for this little update, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes for another one. Whether we extend beyond that is yet to be seen, seeing as the night seems to be moving. Well, it's moving slower than a tortoise, and I'm a little disappointed in that. But right now, as it stands, the electoral count is 209 to 120. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are not expected to report until tomorrow. Atlanta is not expected to do the same, leaving Georgia in flux. North Carolina has not shifted. Florida seems to have gone to President Trump. Texas is leaning red, but uncertain, though President Trump is widening his margin at a 51.6% to 47.1%. Arizona is leaning to Biden, as is Minnesota. So is Iowa and Maine. We will be back in 30 minutes. Jordan, any final thoughts?
I'll talk to you in 30 minutes.
Talk to you in 30 minutes.
we're at the last 100 meters, right, of a really long race, and we've been running this race for 4 years, and everybody's trying to attain, either keep their people in or get the guy out, and in my opinion, the current administration has failed to meet even some of the most basic things. Like I'm a military person and an intelligence analyst, and a lot. And I've always been a supporter of Republicans, but this is the first time that I've ever voted, and I've actually decided to vote.
I've never seen like so much polarization. I think a lot of it can be because of social media and just companies like Facebook and stuff, they can like with your account and what you look, they can pretty much make bubbles with that, and then they'll give you information that just tailors your biases. So people are stuck in these bubbles both on the left and the right, and I mean that just is a recipe for just disaster. And like I see Twitter a lot sometimes, and oh my God, I'm like, man, this is like a cesspool of just people just. I could not imagine this like in real life, because I'd just be like, oh, this is like an arena, and just people just be on like a brawl everywhere.
People were becoming more educated in general. Like I know, I remember learning about government in high school, but it becomes more applicable when you start voting and things like that, and you're more vigilant to things going on. And as a growing adult, I was like, okay, I need to like stop playing around like I'm not a kid anymore. Like this stuff has been affecting me, and as an like adult that's functioning in this society, it's starting to affect me more. But I feel like especially after the Black Lives Matter movement, people not only was it kind of a not warning, but I guess a warning to people to be like more vigilant, not just in that aspect, but other aspects of the world as well. Like just being aware of what's going on. And I feel like because of people getting educated, it's kind of ups polarization, like political polarization a lot, just because it's like being educated, it makes you have those extremes, because it's like I either really feel this way about it or I don't. And yeah, it's actually been really interesting seeing that and seeing that shift, definitely specifically around this time, not even just with the election going on.
It's all polarized. A lot of attention that's going towards the things that are going on in America for the last couple of years. So much social injustice, so much mean and spirited words, and just people acting in an aggressive way towards one another that I haven't seen this in years. And actually, I don't think I've ever seen it where the president has been so verbal and saying the things to cause a lot more attention to to other people, and just mean spiritedness. I believe is what I would say the word is.
Back in 2016, I was asking myself, how the hell could people be more polarized nowadays? And little did I know that 4 years later, I'm like, oh crap, that was nothing compared to the polarization now. So I think things could get, the polarization could get worse in the future. I mean, like I said, it's just a lot of like social media is, and just people just enforcing their bubbles. So yeah, it's really hard for people, I realize nowadays, just to have like an actual conversation where they're not like either like insulting each other or just like trying to wreck the other person, where they're actually trying to like collaborate.
I really don't think there's gonna be much of a difference, because the issues are government oriented. So yeah, I feel like it's still gonna be a huge issue. If anything, I feel like it'll get worse.
Something that comes from you, and if it's not in line with the current train of thought or whatever, it's going to make you out to be the bad person. Anybody in politics, anybody in entertainment, the first time you say something bad
or something that doesn't align with everybody's political views or whoever, it's just going to stay like that. I don't think that, I think we've got some growing pains socially.
Once this election transpires, depending on the outcome, I believe if it is where we elect a president that would be more of a country president to bring everybody together and assemble the right people in place to look after the nature of the country and just bring everybody back together. Of course, there's people that, you might disagree with someone standing on, you don't agree on everything, but of course, just bring us back to where we're, natural towards one another. We're loving, the great country and the people that we're in. So I think then politics will start settling back down to like a normal state. But, there's always going to be, Republicans, Democrats, and independent people that are always, like I said, they might not agree with each other 100%, but it was nothing like it has been over the last 4 years. So.
It's just more polarization because either both of them are just like, oh, this person's a fraud, or the other one's like, oh yeah, this person's a fraud.
I think right now, a leadership at the top just has to be unwilling to, deal with that divide. They have to be able to find some way to create some sort of cohesion. And I think that the Biden and Kamala Harris combination will actually do really well. And that's weird because I'm actually not anti Barrett coming into the Supreme Court. So, I mean, I've got mixed views, but I try to vote with my brain, not my heart.
Brings the rhetoric down from the White House and the information and the disinformation and the non-trust stuff that are coming from the White House, and people see the honesty and the good person that's in there, and they see that everybody's starting to work along, with the White House and the Congress and the state and legislative. And I believe things will start to get back to normal, and I believe we'll be back to where we were. Not saying that everything's always going to be great. Like I said, there's always going to be disagreements, but I just believe that the rhetoric and the turmoil and whatnot and the civil unrest and so forth that's going on right now, I believe that will tone itself down. It might take a few months, for people to get, start settling down.
Hi, so my name is Derek Bowers, and I am one of the student members of the Mason Votes editorial team for the 2020 semester.
Okay, Mason Votes, what is that? What's its mission?
Yeah, so Mason Votes is a branch of student media, and they are dedicated to keeping students informed on what's happening in politics and policy at the local, state, and national level, as well as helping to motivate them to get out to vote.
Okay. Now, with the current 2020 election, what have you done in the past few months to encourage people to vote?
Yes. Yeah, I have followed a bunch of different political events and made sure that I can report the highlights back to the Mason community on the Mason Votes website. I've also worked with my team to help mobilize student voters through our social media channels. We have channels on both Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So I'm also really active on my own social media accounts as well, and I share content and remind people to vote in the upcoming election.
Okay, so you specifically with Mason Votes, you use social media? Or is that what you're delegated in Mason Votes? Okay.
No, so we all share logins on the social media.
Okay.
Yeah. So we all post together. It's all of us together. So if you see anybody that is posting on the channels, it could be any one of us. So yeah, we all share things, and all of our articles are attributed with our name at the top.
Okay. Have you done anything specific that you're proud of with Mason Votes, like specifically you?
I have covered the well, so I guess my channel in all of it is covering like voting access. So I've done a bunch of early voting reminders and made sure to update everyone on the different things that they need. Like every time that I write something about, motivating people to vote, I always, remind them of when the last day to early vote is and when the election is, and to bring an ID and, to plan ahead and encourage them to, make a plan to early vote and get their voice heard early.
Okay. So I guess, how can people join if they're interested in Mason Votes?
So Mason Votes involves a scholarship application. So student media sends out an email every time it's available. I'm pretty sure that it's yearly. And you click on the link that is in the email, and it has you fill out the scholarship application and just answer questions. And then they reach out if they need more information and communicate to you beyond that. So I say to look out for those emails. They'll send one as soon as the program is available again. Like I said, since Virginia is a yearly election state, I'm pretty sure it's every fall.
Okay. And I guess that's also how you got in the editorial team as well?
Yes, yeah. So that application is to join the editorial team, yes.
Okay. Is there, honestly, I think you've answered most of my questions. That's very
perfect.
Wow. Thank you for the interview, and we can only hope that Mason Votes continues its mission well, hopefully until elections stop being a thing, but I hope it's not anytime soon.
Hopefully not.
But I hope you have a good rest of your day, and thank you so much for being interviewed.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
With 216 electoral votes at the moment, Joe Biden is ahead. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this electoral map, one that no one necessarily expected, but that everyone was, well, to some degree, everybody feared. A map where we will not see a victor for days, a map where we're uncertain of the future of the executive office. At present, the confusion over the Commonwealth of Virginia has subsided. Joe Biden is expected to win. Joe Biden is expected to win handily with votes from Northern Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, and college towns across Virginia. He's also expected to win handily, frankly, in areas that otherwise would have voted for Trump back in 2016. But that's besides the point. We're still watching the 5th District. We're still watching across House races in Virginia. But it is also expected that Jerry Conley will win re-election, that Don Beyer will win re-election. And at the moment, Abigail Spanberger seems to be ahead as well. I want to bring Jordan back into the conversation here. We were talking about this a little bit during the break. I think it's worth revisiting. Are there any lessons? Can there be any lessons from this race, which seems so inconsistent with any of the expectations we set for it?
So, okay, I'm going to say two things here. If Fox News is right and Biden's won Biden's won Arizona and Trump won Florida and Ohio, which I mean, it's Fox News, but I think that's what the numbers are looking like right now. If that is correct, then this does not look terribly dissimilar from the map I shared with you guys yesterday. And in that map, I had pretty much this exact scenario, and then I had Ohio, Pennsylvania, or not Ohio, I had Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin going to Biden. And Orlando, when you shared your map, like your kind of cautious conservative map, you had the same thing, except you had Florida also going towards Biden. But generally speaking, I feel like this was within the margin of error, broadly speaking. Like, it could be, not necessarily, but it theoretically is possible that that's the world.
Well, my cousin in Florida told me he would win.
Well, listen, everybody has cousins in Florida. But I think what is so strange is, like, you have you have a state like Arizona that does not vote Democrat. You have a county in Arizona that has not voted Democrat since 1948. And they're voting Democrat. And that is what's strange, right? In Florida, you had... It wasn't just that Trump won. That was within the margin of error. It was that Trump won by the degree he did. Now, part of that may be Cubans just actually, it seems like, turned out in very high numbers and very much voted for Trump. Whereas in Arizona, the Latino community that without as many Cubans voted very heavily for Biden. Like, that could be what explains the difference between those two states right now. But it just seems weird. And it's weird in other states too, right? So we're still waiting to hear about North Carolina. But I mean, right now, a lot of the places in North Carolina that have yet to report, Hillary won in 2016. And Biden's actually won a lot of the counties that Trump won in 2016. And so we're just, again, I think part of what's going on is the massively higher turnout, but it's difficult to take that massively higher turnout and then learn from this election because you don't have anything to compare it to, right? Like, it's like if you flip a coin 10 times, more likely than not, 5 are going to be heads. But if you flip it once, that doesn't really mean anything for you. And that feels a lot like where we are right now to me. How about you? How are you feeling?
You know, oh, wow. This is that part of the night where you're going to see me lose a lot of words. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I'm not seeing much movement, and I'm in a headspace where it looks like, yeah, I mean, in a historic change in Arizona, could lead to a Biden win. But let's just say Biden wins Arizona. And if we can throw to our map very quickly, let's say that Biden wins the states that he needs to win. That's Nevada, that's Arizona, Minnesota is likely going to go Biden. We're hitting around 243, a 243 electoral margin to 153. Throw in Wisconsin and Michigan, you hit 269. Throw in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, you go over. But the difficulty is that on a night where we've seen so much uncertainty, I've lost my ability to say with any amount of realistic gravitas that will take those. Florida has gone for Trump. North Carolina is looking like it will go for Trump. I'm just in shock. And it's not because they're going for Trump. We always knew that was a possibility. It's that that a campaign that was running at a fundraising deficit, a campaign that seemed to be hemorrhaging money at one point, has made such a comeback. And that's not a partisan statement. That's just a reality statement from a campaign standpoint. Having a campaign that is $200 million down, that spent something close to, I believe it was $80 million in 1 month, and none of it necessarily for campaigning purposes, and has been spending money in the DC market for the president to see his own ads, but has completely pulled out of markets like Virginia, has completely pulled out of the Midwest in its last few weeks, had completely pulled out of New Hampshire and North Carolina in the last few days to focus in on Texas and Georgia, historically safe Republican states, which will likely stay with the president this time. But that should never have gone into the unknown territory. Seeing that uncertainty from the campaign itself, and seeing how it's translated so badly to election night is a shock.
So can I just chime in here?
Yeah.
One thing I will say about financing, or it's a lot of things about financing. First off, yes, the Trump campaign pulled out its own money from a lot of the Midwest. They did so knowing the RNC was going to throw their money in, and that's exactly what happened. Secondly, I think that more importantly than they were leaving money was that the campaign was operating at a financial deficit. The problem with that, finances would be a great predictor if people knew nothing about the candidates going into an election. This election was the exact opposite, and I think that may be why there was some over projection based on money. Everybody knew who both of these candidates were. Everybody knew the majority of things they needed to know to decide who they were going to vote for about these two candidates. And so that is absolutely enormous. Again, with that said, North Carolina was margin of error. Anybody that was convinced Trump was going to lose North Carolina to Biden was honestly being irrational. At the same time, somebody that thought Biden would get crushed in Florida, I would also say that they're probably a little crazy. I mean, it was on the high end of what could have happened, but that is a little surprising. To be fair, I think Arizona going for Biden as much as it is on the high end of what could have happened there. And so,
yeah, and like you said, the last time a Democrat won Arizona was Harry Truman.
Yeah,
in
no,
1948.
it's 48. There is no, also, final point about the financing. People can say whatever they want about Trump. He is a human, or Trump says some crazy stuff, whatever. His campaign team does a better job efficiently spending money in a way that helps them win than better than Biden and Hillary's team. honestly better than Biden. Like, even if Biden comes back and wins the kind of way we would expect, right? It is Trump's spends money better. I think Trump's is probably closest to how Obama spent and how Obama campaigned. With that, again, with all of that said, the question's going to be in the future, to get back to the main point. Listen, Trump may win, and 4 years from now, like, people can be afraid of what they want to be afraid of, and of Trump coming back and winning again, like becoming a dictator. Trump's gonna die soon. He's old. He's out of shape. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Like, he's old. He's not gonna live that much longer, right? And in that world where, like, there's going to be another election that's not going to have Trump in it, right? And the question's going to be, what can we learn? And the question to answer that question is, well, what's turnout going to be like?
Yeah,
and I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, the turnout so far has been confusing. I mean, we're not. I don't think anybody here is going to be ready to admit that this is what they were expecting, because I don't think that that's true. And I think that you're right. The Trump team definitely has a better grasp in a lot of ways as to how to reach their constituency, their base, more than the Biden team does. I think that was made very clear tonight, particularly in Florida, which was hopeful for the Biden team, despite being so close in the polls. I think we're ready to call it now, not so much the broadcast as another state. Ohio has been called on both Fox News and the Los Angeles Times, and I think we're ready to give it to the President of the United States. I will say that the President of the United States will win Ohio with some confidence, leaving us at 216 to 171. Additionally, as we're running towards the end of this update, and hopefully we should be able to be back to you soon, though we may see some new faces. We may not see some new faces. You may just be stuck with me. That Nebraska's 2nd district is now leaning towards Vice President Biden. How long that stays is unclear. How well Vice President Biden performs in the remaining precincts in the 2nd district is also unclear. But we can say that at this moment, it is too close to call in the 2nd district, but Vice President Joe Biden is ahead. Similarly, in Maine, in its 1st district, Vice President Biden is ahead, while President Trump has a small lead in the 2nd district of Maine. For the moment, we do not have any more answers. We have Fox News calling Arizona, but other than that, we are as uninformed of this electoral finale as you are. For now, and at least for the next 30 minutes, you will have a screen telling you to stick with us, and I hope you will. But we hope to see you soon, and we hope to have some more clarity soon, as Vice President Biden is ahead, but not done and not out of the woods yet. Jordan, any thoughts?
I will see you at least one more time in 30 minutes.
Wonderful. We're happy to have you at least. So.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Erica, who is the president of Roosevelt at Mason. Erica, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty well, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing really good. So just to jump into it, for those at home, can you tell us exactly what Roosevelt at Mason is?
Yeah, so Roosevelt at Mason is a student-led policy think tank. So we operate under the Roosevelt Network, which is a part of the Roosevelt Institute, which is a policy think tank based in New York City. And so basically we are a progressive but nonpartisan think tank. So that means we focus on policy writing and policy advocacy in various policy areas. And we were established at George Mason, this chapter about 6 or 7 years ago, and we've been going pretty strong ever since. So we are made up of students from almost every major you can think of, and we work together to create innovative solutions for problems we see in our communities.
That's great. So like looking at this current election right now, it's a big year for a lot of people. Is there any specific projects or policies that Roosevelt Mason has specifically worked on?
Yeah, absolutely. So in light of increased police brutality and the Black Lives Matter movement getting so much momentum this summer, we are working on kind of a bigger policy project to address connections between policing and mental health, both at Mason on campus and in Virginia as a whole. So we've been kind of strategizing with administration in different offices on campus, as well as doing research in Virginia as a whole and looking at police brutality and its connection to mental health because people with mental health conditions are much more likely to experience violence from the police. So that is something that has been really important to us this year. And yeah, we're working on kind of advocacy projects that our members have started to think about this semester that are kind of still in the works. But before COVID started last semester, we were really excited to start kind of a clothing swap recurring event, and we were able to host one sustainable clothing swap where over like 60 people met up in the JC and swapped clothing, which is really awesome. And we collected a bunch of clothing to be donated. And although, you know, we probably can't do that right now, it'll be a little while until we're able to again. That was a really great event. And it shows, you know, how Mason students are interested in sustainability and interested in these important issues. So, you know, we also looked at fast fashion and the impacts of the industry on workers and just tried to educate Mason students about where their clothes are coming from and why it's so important to be educated and also to shop sustainably if you're able to.
Wow, that's really great. So as an organization overall, have you seen any growth or have you seen it evolve over the last couple of years?
Yeah, so the last couple of years has definitely been interesting with the 2016 election. I'm not sure if you've noticed this, but lots of kind of single issue organizations have popped up on campus. Whereas when Roosevelt started, you know, 6 or 7 years ago, we were one of the only kind of policy oriented or advocacy organizations on campus. So we've seen our members kind of you know, think about where they want to like put their time and their effort because Roosevelt, we were separated into 6 different policy groups for a while. But these days, we usually just meet together as one because we've also kind of witnessed how all these policy issues are so intersectional. So something like education, has so much to do with my policy area, which is healthcare, that we started to meet together more and more until we realized that so many of our interests are kind of the same. So we've started to meet as like a whole organization more often. So yeah, our membership has ebbed and flowed, of course, with COVID. And that's, you know, been difficult for student organizations all across campus. But I think people are hopeful about the upcoming election. We'll see. We can't endorse a candidate because Roosevelt is a 501c3. But yeah, we are hoping for progressive change, which is absolutely something, we can say. And I think students have absolutely become more active on campus, which is really good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So as an organization, is there like one main goal or one main purpose that you're really striving for?
Sure. So one of the kind of slogans that the Roosevelt Network uses is "Who writes the rules matters." So basically, our goal is to create and write equitable policy that works for everyone. So we have seen, in the U.S. that the people who are writing the rules, who are writing the policies that govern us, don't always work in the best interest of us and our communities, and especially young people. So we work to uplift the voices of those who are affected by policy. And actually, as an organization, we have written many policy papers and proposals that have both been published by the think tank Roosevelt itself, as well as we have introduced several bills on the floor of the Virginia General Assembly over the past few years, which has been really great. And we usually go down to Richmond every year to lobby for both bills that students in our organization have written, as well as bills we'd like to advocate for otherwise. So definitely the main goal of the organization is to push for progressive policy change. And so we do that both through policy writing and through advocacy.
Wow, that's fantastic. And so if students are interested in getting involved or following along with some of your work, what are the best ways for them to do that?
Yeah, so honestly, one of the best ways this semester we found to connect with students is over Mason 360. So it's really easy to plug into our organization there. You can join our email list, and we send out emails every week. So if you just click, I think it's like join or register our organization on Mason 360, you'll be able to receive all communication from us. And you can also follow us on social media. Our Facebook is just GMU Roosevelt. Our Instagram is at gmu.roosevelt. And I believe our Twitter is GMU Roosevelt as well. So definitely look out there for updates every week. We hold meetings every Wednesday at 7:30 via Zoom, which have been really successful so far this semester. So if you're interested at all, feel free to sign up on Mason 360, or you can reach out to me directly. I'm the president. Yeah.
And then finally, is there any last thoughts or comments that you'd like to leave some of our viewers with?
Yeah, I would like to say to the viewers that you have so much more power than you think to change your community for the better. It's very easy to just think of a problem that you see, in your town, your state, or in the country, and just like be upset about it, which I, often do, but it's so empowering to be able to actually do something about it. And whether that's through advocating for a certain policy or writing even just a blog. We have a blog where our members can write about issues they're passionate about. It is really so impactful. So you have so much power, and it doesn't matter if you're not a government major, I'm not, but I've still found that, we try to make policy accessible for everyone because it's so important. And yeah, so recognize your power, utilize it, and join Roosevelt at Mason.
Great. Well, thank you, Eric, so much for joining us today. And if you're interested in joining Roosevelt Mason, check them out on all their social medias and on Mason 360.
Hi, I'm Peyton. I'm the communications director for the George Mason Democrats. I'm from Virginia Beach. I'm a senior here at Mason, and this is my second year. And I'll be graduating in May.
Can you explain what the Democrats, GMU Democrats are, and what their mission is? Maybe an obvious question, but just in case.
Yeah, so we are a branch of the Virginia Young Democrats. We are a college Democrat club. We are responsible, well, not responsible, but we get students engaged in democratic politics at the state, local, and federal level. We connect students with resources to work for their candidate, whether it be phone banking, text banking, canvassing. This election, we've been phone banking in different states. Like we were phone banking for Biden in Pennsylvania. I believe we were phone banking for Amy McGrath's opponent in Kentucky. I forgot, but she's running against Mitch McConnell, which, so yeah, we're just on campus, just trying to get everyone engaged in Democrat politics. And we also do a lot of work with getting people to register to vote.
Okay. Do you have any specific strategies or activities you do to do that? I know you said about phone banking. Anything else?
Well, so non-pandemic, we typically, we do a lot of canvassing. I know last year we did a lot of events where prominent candidates were there. Like we've done canvassing events with Beto O'Rourke. We've done them with Stacey Abrams. There was one where Alec Baldwin was campaigning for all the local Democrat races, and one of the candidates we worked for a lot, Dan Helmer, he was like promoting him. So like we kind of, you know, like to tell people like, hey, you never know who you're gonna meet when you're with us. And we do a lot of like tabling events. Like last year during the National Register to Vote Day, we were outside the hub. We were interacting with people. We were asking people if they're registered to vote, if they know like where they're supposed to vote. But this year, because of the pandemic, everything's more virtual. So we've relied a lot on our social media. We've relied a lot on our interns getting the word out. We've relied a lot on our sister clubs, like GMU for Biden, Springfield Democrats, like the JMU Democrats, different schools who have their Democrat club. So we're kind of just all relying on each other to get through this time. And then hopefully once the pandemic ends, like we will go back to tabling and like being able to like, you know, give people swag. Cause like, you know, oh man, I miss giving out swag. Who doesn't want swag? So.
So you mentioned your sister groups, sister Democrat groups. What does student advocacy mean to you? Because obviously you're involved with it.
Yeah, so what I think that is just giving people the power to be heard, whether it's people who have been silenced, people who aren't really sure how to get their voice out there. Like right now, especially in the time we're in, I feel like there's so much division and there's so much polarization and there's so much disenfranchisement. And I feel like, especially at the student level, because I feel like when you're in college, you feel like you can make more of an impact. So like we try to inspire our members that like, you know, go above and beyond what we're doing, like go to your community. Do you have people who don't even go to Mason who are like, I don't know, like where you want you to be able to like, well, I know, so let me help you. because like I said, everything is so us versus them. Oh, it's our side or your side. And I think advocacy is a way to like bring everyone together and be like, look, no, we're not so different. Like we just, we can work together.
I see. I like that. And final question is theoretically, if we have the results on Tuesday night and it's a Biden victory, what does that look like for you in advocacy, future advocacy, and then just in the future in general?
So I just, I know people are like kind of having PTSD from 2016, like it's Trump or Hillary, like, okay. But I think, Biden may not be everyone's first choice. And a lot of people are, it's like settle for Biden. But I think if he wins, we will have a sense of security. And I feel that, if he wins, we can get the virus out of here because we will have competent people in charge leading the pandemic like response team and enforcing mask mandates. And like, even if we have to shut down again, like we just have to do it one more time and then we're done. Like I feel like Biden can get us out of this. And I feel that a lot of issues that people are worrying about, like Roe versus Wade, and oh my God, you're gonna have to remind me again.
NFL v. Hodges.
Yes, like that court ruling, I feel like, and the Affordable Care Act are all kind of like hanging on threads right now. And I feel that even if not everything gets done like we want it in the first term, we can at least have the groundwork laid to undo all of these backwards policies that have been enacted by the current administration. So I think people are worried, but like if Biden ends up winning, it'll be fine. It'll be much more fine than the alternative, I believe.
Thank you so much for willing to be interviewed, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
And we're back from another break. So we it's a weird night. That's about all I can say at this point. It's a weird night. But we do have some projections, and I'm a little bit flustered because everything's moving so fast around this, and I apologize for that. But we're going to move back to these projections, and hopefully when we come back, I'm a little more sane. Montana, the great state of Montana, can be called for President Donald Trump, has reelected President Donald Trump, as well as the 3rd district of Nebraska, which will also carry the rest of the state. Vice President Biden is still ahead in the 2nd district of Nebraska. And moving to another split state in Maine, Vice President Biden is ahead in the 1st district, while the president is winning in the 2nd district. Iowa can be called for the president of the United States. We project that the president of the United States will win Iowa. Same with Ohio. And the great state of Hawaii will be called for Vice President Biden.
What?
It
Stop.
Might?
Stop. No, there's no way Hawaii went for Trump.
Vice President Biden has indeed won Hawaii in the biggest upset in history, apparently, according to Mr. Professor Jordan Cohen, political science PhD plus. But additionally, Arizona is still only called by Fox News. There has also just been a new result by Axios. Axios projects that President Trump will win Florida's 29 electoral votes, which gives us another confirmation on that election. Jordan, any thoughts? I mean, Vice President Biden has won Minnesota, which was not a surprise, but any thoughts as to where this electoral map is headed at this point?
So we're getting to the point of the night where I've just progressively gone from like things I think I know to things I definitely don't know. And the weird thing is, nothing is actually, like, again, outside of the margin that Trump won Florida by, there's no surprise calls so far. And the best part about this is, if anybody's been on the New York Times website, they have these like needles that supposedly tell you the likelihood of states winning, etc. And the needles are basically based on correlations from other states, right? So certain districts in certain counties in Florida correlate really well to other counties in Georgia. Evidently, there was a little mishap in the model. Some votes went different ways. Model didn't cast them. There were some problems with the fixed effects. And so as more votes have gone in Georgia, now all of a sudden, even though in terms of total count, Trump is still winning Georgia, New York Times needles are projecting Biden to be the winner. Now, do I think Biden will win Georgia? I don't know, but Atlanta is finally being counted, and it's basically all they got left. And that could be a huge swing. Similar with North Carolina, really all they're having left are these big cities, Charlotte, Raleigh, Greensboro. And so it is not, in same way actually with Texas, although I think Texas is very close to being a sure thing for Trump. But it's the big cities left. So at this point, while maybe unlikely, it is nowhere near inconceivable that Biden flips one of these three states. But even if he doesn't, right? Michigan, at this point, only 20% of the early votes in. When that hits 55%, based on what we know about the early vote, Michigan will be leaning Biden. Very similar thing in Wisconsin. As that early vote works up, Wisconsin will start to lead Biden. Will it stay that way? We don't know. But it will start to lean that way. I think this election still isn't not that substantially different of a place as it was when we started tonight. Again, outside of like just really weird results in some states, like, I mean, Florida, the margin was weird. Arizona, first time since 1948. In Hawaii, just because I want Hawaii to be weird, even though there's nothing weird about it. So Orlando, where are you?
Well, I'm here with a projection, not for the presidency of the United States, but for the Senate. If the Democrats are going to make a majority in the Senate, it is certainly not going to be with Iowa, as Joni Ernst has just won re-election. The final two paths to retaining, or, well, to gaining the Senate are going to be through Maine and North Carolina, or not at all. The only other option that is within the foreseeable future would be if somehow in Georgia, the jungle primary that was becomes a runoff in Raphael Warnock's favor. Additionally, as we're looking at it, there's not much change, and I think that you're absolutely right. Things have not gone totally off the rails crazy from what we might have expected or might not have expected, but we're certainly not where we thought we'd be at this point. Many people expected a multi-day election, but not necessarily with a multi-day wait on understanding where the race was leaning.
Well,
right now,
I don't know that that's true. If you look at the statistics, again, people are overreacting to the margin in Florida. Otherwise, everything has been within the margin of error. And with that said, it feels like this was a very likely world that we would end up in. I shared my map with you guys last night, and did I think we'd end up where we are now? Probably not, but it was my cautiously optimistic version of my map, like my cautious map, and more or less outside of really nothing at this point. This is where I thought we'd be.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely agree. This was a very serious possibility. I think plenty of people were expecting that by the end of the night, though, that we would have a clearer understanding of where the next couple of days might lead. The forecasters, the polls, they were all saying one thing, and people will listen to those, despite saying that they don't believe them, which is an entirely different question, because people will say they don't believe polls, but for a fact, we know that every day a portion of this electorate was on 538 or on Real Clear Politics just every 30 minutes. This is not where we thought we'd be. We thought we'd be in a position to understand where the race might lead.
Well,
now
again,
we're looking at
I don't know that we are in a position to understand where the race might be. Like, we are, right? There was one of three ways, like, likely way. So the unlikely way is at the end of tonight, we thought that Donald Trump was going to be president. That was the most unlikely world. The three most likely worlds is we knew Biden was going to be president, we thought Biden was going to be president, or we thought Trump had a better chance than we did going into tonight. And we're in that third world. Was it the most likely out of all three? No. But it was probably 20% of the time, this is the world we end up in. Maybe 30% of the time.
So let's move into that world. Well, I guess we're living it, but let's move into that world in the hypothetical. Can Joe Biden still win a North Carolina, or is it going to be a Midwest fought battle for the last few electoral votes?
Can Joe Biden still win North Carolina? Yes, he can. Will he still win North Carolina? It is very unlikely, again, not impossible, because really you're looking at the big cities with votes left to cast. So there is a possibility. I think it's very unlikely, but there's a possibility. More likely than not, yes, we are going down to the Midwest. More likely than not, what I mean by we're going down to the Midwest is that we are going down to Pennsylvania. However, there is still a possibility, and according to the New York Times clearly awesome needle, that Biden's going to win Georgia. I think there's actual more reason to believe in Georgia because it's basically just Atlanta left.
Has the needle been worth listening to so far?
No, but that's because Nate Cohen made a statistical error, and then there were some weird vote dispersions. So could it be happening again? Yeah, but actually, if you look at Georgia right now, his prediction makes a lot more sense with where we are now than it did an hour ago.
Is this a battle of the Nates?
It is. So if it's interesting, if anybody goes on Twitter, you got Nate Silver 538, known, especially if you're asking Nate Silver what he's known for, it's because he predicted the 2012 election perfectly. By the way, in case you forgot, he predicted the 2012 election perfectly. Nate Cohen, and by the way, Nate Silver predicted the 2012 election perfectly. Nate Cohen works for the New York Times. Nate Cohen has been talking quite a big game about this needle and that they had figured out how to get correlations working with this needle, and the needle would do a really good job predicting. And actually, it could have. There were a few issues, again, just variety of small things that not necessarily Nate Cohen's fault, but the needle has been completely worthless tonight. And so that brings us to Michigan and Wisconsin.
Go for it.
And in Michigan and Wisconsin, by the way, Nate Silver predicted the 2012 election perfectly. If we go to Michigan and Wisconsin, again, it looks very likely that as early votes get counted, Biden will take the lead. I think even with a margin of error swing like happened in Florida, Biden will win Michigan and Wisconsin, which means we are going down to Pennsylvania. And that's where I'm at.
Now, I'm going to go into some speculative reporting, which came out from Axios a few days ago. Axios reported that the president, if he saw himself in an electoral lead this evening, was going to come out and prematurely call the election for himself. Is there a world where that still happens if the president
100%.
is at the 223 to 174 that he is right now?
If I was advising Donald Trump, I would tell him absolutely when you speak. Would I tell him to say he's the winner? No. But I would say, like Biden just said now, where he said, I quote, I am optimistic about this outcome. I would tell Trump to go out and say, our internal data, I feel very good about where the election is. And I really think both candidates should feel good. I think Trump should feel like he has overperformed where he could have been tonight. And I think if you're Biden, you're thinking, well, yeah, but like, even if the margins are smaller, they still favor me. And so I think both candidates actually should feel pretty good. And the hope, this is like my blindly optimistic hope. Part of me wonders if these two candidates need to sweat it out, more or less sweating it out together, and this gets closer, that there may be like a cooling of tensions, and that when one wins, the other admits defeat. That won't happen, but that's my hope.
Well, you know, it's certainly a thought, and it's one that maybe is the best option for both candidates. But there are still a lot of questions for both of them, and we are at 1 a.m. or just shy of 1 a.m. on the night of an election that was certainly possible, but that few would say outwardly, myself included.
Well, I'm going to
was
quote
likely.
one Orlando Cabrera here.
You're going to quote one Orlando Cabrera to another Orlando Cabrera?
No, I'm going to quote you last night, where you said, I think we'll know a lot by 3 a.m. Last I checked, it is not 3 a.m. yet. And I actually think last night, you were right. I think we will know a lot by 3 a.m. I think we'll know a lot more than we do now, because I think at least one more of these states is going to come in.
Well, hopefully I could stay with people watching until 3 a.m. It's certainly going to be a wild ride today.
it's a ride, and it's a wild one.
But Orlando of last night to Orlando of tonight, are two very different Orlandos based on the maps that we're seeing.
Well, you thought we were going to win Florida, which I think flipped.
Yeah, I thought Democrats were going to win Florida. I was wrong.
Yeah.
But I got a cousin in Florida, and that cousin in Florida knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, listen, you got to watch out for the cousins in Florida.
You know what? But cousins in Miami, what can you expect besides?
Well, I mean, that's the most dangerous one, because if you ask your cousin in Miami, like everybody has a cousin in Miami, and if you ask that cousin in Miami, they will tell you how this election's going to go, and generally they're wrong.
Yeah. By the way, no shade to my cousins in Miami. I love them all. I am not throwing shade to them right now. Oh my God, no. But as things stand, there are no new projections since we sat down for this update. President Trump winning and projected to carry Montana, Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, both Dakotas, South Carolina, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Iowa, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia. I think Florida was in there too, and I missed it. Vice President Biden is projected with 223 electoral votes to win Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, New Mexico, Hawaii, Minnesota, Illinois, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia. We still have a lot to come. We still have a lot of states unreported, and we still have a lot to learn about this election, though it may be, as Jordan said earlier tonight, an unlearnable election. This seems like such a wild card of a time. We wish you the best if you're leaving us.
I don't think it's the states that are the wild card. Like, again, no state has been a shock right now. It's the margins, especially in Florida and Arizona.
Okay, yes, the wild card margins, not the wild card states. I should have clarified that, and thank you. But we hope that you'll stay with us. If you're not staying with us, be well, be safe, be healthy, and wear a mask. Always wear a mask. This virus is not going away. This pandemic is not going away. And I hope that you will stick with us throughout the night, and you may see some new faces and you may learn some new things. Thank you very much, and we will see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, and if you're joining us for the first time, here's an update. Really, we don't have one. But Arizona is leaning towards Biden, as it has been for over an hour now, and Nevada has begun counting its ballots after it had an hour-long delay in closure of its polling places. Pennsylvania has reported that they will no longer be counting absentee ballots this evening and will begin again in the morning. And in Michigan and Wisconsin, results are trickling in, but there is still a lot to be learned. In Maine, however, it looks like Susan Collins is on track to win her seat as senator from Maine, at least for another term. But that has not yet been called. Neither has the state of Maine for the presidential election. At this moment, Jordan, what do you see as the clearest way for Democrats to either retain or not retain, to either gain seats in the Senate or gain a majority in the Senate if they can't do it in Maine?
A Georgia runoff. We're going to get one runoff. We may get two. I think those are good. That's the most likely way. Right? I mean, what am I wrong here? I don't know enough about senatorial elections. Like, I only got so much space in this brain of mine, so help me out here.
Well, then let's walk towards something that's a little bit more up your alley. National
foreign
security.
policy. Yeah, there we go.
Foreign policy. So let's talk about that. There's been a lot of talk from the DNI, and this DNI has been the DNI Director of National Intelligence has been scrutinized a fair amount for being too cozy with the president for his nonpartisan position. We had a press conference which was very apparently and pretty obviously made to resemble the Comey press conference 4 years ago that threw Hillary Clinton's candidacy into flux, in which the DNI former Representative Ratcliffe, DNI Ratcliffe, claimed that Iran had been attacking American systems and that there was a serious threat from both Iran and China, but largely ignored the threat from Russia. What can we see in terms of Russian aggression in the next 4 years should Trump win again? And what can we see if there is not a tougher response from the American federal government?
So it's actually interesting. About an hour ago, it came out that U.S. Cyber Command launched cyber attacks against both Russia and Iran in the past week. So I think there's that. Largely speaking, I find when we talk about threats from Russia, Iran, China, all these countries, it kind of goes like the wind. Like, I think Obama was on point in 2012 where he said, and I quote, "Mitt, it's not the Cold War anymore." And so I'm less worried about that specifically. I think this election does matter a lot. Maybe less so for China, but definitely more so for how Russia is treated. And what I'm about to say may come as a shock because Donald Trump has been friendlier towards Russia than many U.S. presidents. I think with Biden, we actually may start to see an attempt to ease tensions. Do I think that will happen for sure? No. But I think there will be an attempt. Don't forget, Biden is the guy in the 70s that was pushing against just unilateral Taiwanese arms sales because he was worried about upsetting détente with China. Biden historically, while not a dove, has been more towards the dove end of the Democratic Party than most other Democratic politicians.
Moving forward beyond that, though,
you're telling me 1970s don't matter anymore, man?
Then I'm sorry. There's only so much time that the 1970s can play a role. And I think most of that was between the year of 1970 and 1980. But now I kind of want to also talk about the recent movements in the Middle East between the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Israel. Now, there was another deal that was discussed, or at least publicized, with Sudan, but we haven't seen anything out of that. What can we see out of an Israeli-Saudi relationship that seems to be blossoming after a couple of decades of telegraphing?
So yeah, as you just said, Israel and Saudi Arabia have been friends for a long time, except it's not been public. Like even honestly in the 70s, early 70s, this was the case. Now, what's interesting, especially in regards to this election, is that Donald Trump had been basically trying to get this UAE-Israel peace deal where he gave the United Arab Emirates the F-35, or like agreed to sell the F-35, which is this really, really advanced fighter jet that doesn't necessarily work all that well, but it's really, really advanced. And it's really expensive. And he promised to sell it to the United Arab Emirates if they recognized Israel. And so that happened. And initially, Donald Trump was going to use this as Donald Trump bringing peace to the Middle East. Turns out, nobody cares about foreign policy and elections, which is not entirely surprising. And as a result, we haven't heard about it. But I think what's really interesting is if you were going to ask me honestly, where I think a president, regardless of Senate, would make the biggest difference, Senate and House, regardless of Congress, would make the biggest difference, is foreign policy. So is somebody that is not studying foreign policy 7 days a week, 9 to 5 at least, Orlando, what are your views on the foreign policies between these presidents? Like, do you have an opinion either way?
For the most part, I would say Joe Biden is more of a move back to traditional Democratic stances about foreign adversaries and foreign allies. I don't see this having been a major foreign policy debate this presidential election. They're certainly different. I think I've written before, and I think I've said before pretty openly that the Trump foreign policy is the Trump economic policy on steroids.
Yep.
And wherever there's a partnership that can boost America's futures on the market, Trump will take that, because for Trump, a rise or a fall in the markets is the definition of his presidency. The issue is that once COVID came around, that COVID became the definition of his presidency, and that had a bearing on the markets itself. Mm-hmm. I think this election was never going to be about national security. I don't think this was really ever going to be about international relations and our adversaries. I think that, or even peace in the Middle East. I think that Joe Biden was much more defined about how he would react. But the way Joe Biden has expressed that he would react is the same way that Joe Biden has reacted for his last 50 years in politics, as the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, as the Vice President of the United States. I don't think we saw any surprises.
Yep, I totally agree with that. I think that this was, first off, American voters don't traditionally vote based on foreign policy unless we're in a situation where it's the deal, right? So, for example, the Iraq War. 2004, you had a lot of Democrats or a lot of people voting for Kerry because of foreign policy. That actually held in 2008, and then nobody cared about it. That's generally what we see with foreign policy. Now, what I think is interesting, and I'm interested in your position on this, is that right now it seems that regardless of their foreign policy beliefs, China is going to be an issue. Joe Biden can say all he wants about China and about how Trump's trade war is bad, and I think many Americans would agree with him there. But Joe Biden is still going to be tough on China. And so to me, what's interesting, and I'm interested in your thoughts on this, do you think Joe Biden will try to ease tensions with China? Or do you think that he will, while publicly saying he was going to, and maybe reduce the trade war a little bit, but otherwise tensions remain as they would in a Trump presidency? Like, what are your thoughts? Does Joe Biden approach China substantially differently?
I don't believe so. I think that Joe Biden's approach is much like President Obama's approach. It's very much inclined towards American trade, and he's certainly going to be tough in the same way that President Obama was tough with the TPP trying to kind of chokehold China's dominant control over the Eastern markets. But at the end of the day, we're really looking at a presidency that's going to take a pretty tough stance on China, in part because of increased authoritarian leanings, but also just because of an increased market share. I mean, there's a dominant share of that Eastern market under China, and ASEAN needs room to breathe, in America's opinion, or at least a democratic America's opinion. And free trade deals are historically unpopular, but I don't think that democratic foreign policy, at least foreign economic policy, is particularly popular because it leans on that free trade to make sure that America has this kind of homogeny on the economic in the economic world.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I think you are probably correct here. And to me, what's so interesting is that let's take a world, and maybe we talk about this a little bit more beyond foreign policy kind of in the next discussion, because I think, to be completely honest, we're not going to get many more results for the next hour and a half. So maybe the next time we bring this up, but one of my friends was texting me tonight, and he made this interesting point, which is that a narrow election, if Biden wins, that means Trump stays the face of the GOP. Maybe it's not significant, but he does stay the face to a certain degree. So what does that mean for a Republican foreign policy that went from 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012 being this neoconservative intervention anywhere that we could foreign policy to this guy that, while he hasn't really actually been that different, campaigns as somebody that campaigns about America not being involved in war. He was going to pull out our troops. Economics matter. And maybe this is just a thinking point, but what does that look like? Like, what does the Republican Party do with their foreign policy from here on out?
It definitely has to be an empty policy. It has to be an empty talking point, because Republicans cannot justify the amount of spending that is required at this point for the military if there is not an active military presence either in the Middle East or the Far East or even in Europe.
Everywhere. No. The U.S. military presence is so expansive. Even if you reduce literally 100% of the military in the Middle East, the U.S. would still more than likely need to increase its defense budgets every year.
Absolutely. And the Trump administration, beyond the president himself, who has made a clear talking point out of the idea that he's removed troops from the Middle East, which is a fiction. A lot of those troops have been moved around, but they're not necessarily anywhere other than where they were, a year ago when he first announced
troops from Germany,
moving
moved them
us
into
from
Poland.
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there is a reality in the Republican Party, which is if they want their economy to be based on America's control of the commons, control of ports, control of, the seas, approach, it needs to be equally attended to by an actual policy. Now, will Republicans pull themselves away from that? That's a really good question. I don't know. I don't think anybody can say whether Republicans are definitely going to hold themselves accountable to that standard. What I will say is they're probably going to have to, because of nights like tonight, where the military vote is going to have to go Republican in certain ways. Now, commissioned officers tend to vote Democratic, but if Republicans want to hold their support in the military, if Republicans want to hold their support among groups of civilians who are very invested in the military vote, they need to maintain that spending. They need to maintain the deployment of troops in a way that makes America look like a unipolar power that it claims to be.
I'm not entirely sure about maintaining the military vote for that, largely because, don't forget, Hillary Clinton won the military vote. Not by a lot, but Hillary Clinton won the military vote. Officers have, as you pointed out, have historically been against Donald Trump at all levels in high numbers. And so part of me does wonder, is that kind of posture less about the military and more about people that want to put their lack of relations to the military behind them? So it's like the same people that flip out about standing at NFL games for the flag, but then don't know anybody that's actually in the military, right? Is it kind of a way to justify? Either way, I think you're right in that the Republicans, I think Trump, the Republican Party realizes Trump has hurt them with the military vote, largely because it seems like Trump doesn't actually respect the military, unless they are subordinate to him at all levels, in all ways. He doesn't really respect them, and I think the Republican Party is weary of that. And so I do wonder if there will be pushback against Trump's foreign policy, even if he wins re-election from the Republican Party, and I think that's possible.
I'm certainly not going to do. I'm not going to play a speculative game as to how the president reacts to the military. That's not so much because I either agree or disagree. I certainly think that the president has had a history of using the military in a way that is more showman-like than of true import to the functions and the well-being of the military. But I think we're going to. I think that's right. I think we're going to see some major inconsistencies in the Republican Party over the course of the next few years, if it ends up being as close of a margin as is possible in this race. Now, I think we're going to leave it there for this update, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes. We do have one projection before we let you go. And that projection is in the 1st District of Nebraska, which the President of the United States has won for the second time. Nebraska will have 4 electoral votes sent to the President, who now has caught up relatively significantly to Vice President Biden with 213 votes to Vice President Biden's 224. This will be a race that will be that's defined by the Midwest. This will be a race that's defined by Vice President Biden's support in Georgia and North Carolina in the next few hours and days. But for now, we do not have a result. We do not have a president, and we shall see where that leads. I would also like to make a correction from earlier, that where I incorrectly stated that Abigail Spanberger was on track to be reelected. It appeared that way in forecasts and models for this evening, but she has very certainly at this point lost to her competitor Nick Freitas, as has Elaine Luria to her competitor Scott Taylor, who was her predecessor. this evening, we can also claim that Mark Warner, as we stated earlier tonight, is the projected winner of Virginia at a slimmer margin than was expected, but remains the winner of the Commonwealth of Virginia's Senate seat. He will remain the senior senator from this Commonwealth. We thank you for continuing to stay with us. We're going to keep on going through the night. We know you're getting tired. We know we're getting tired, but we're staying here until you have an answer, at least to some of this electoral map, which has thrown the entire evening into uncertainty for our electoral politics. Thank you so much, and we will see you in 30 minutes. Presently, the President of the United States is preparing a statement this evening. There have been reports throughout the last week that it would possibly be that if he got close enough to Joe Biden's electoral count, he would declare victory. We're not going to comment as to whether that's what's going to happen, seeing as we don't know. The president may also tell his supporters to wait, seeing as we don't have full electoral coverage. We are also uncertain of where that will go. But as it stands, the President of the United States is about to head to a podium and give a speech at 2:15 in the morning. And I think we're going to go live to that right now and be back with some more coverage after. We hope that you are well. We hope that all is well, and we will speak to you shortly. Joining us now is James Stan, a student of political philosophy at William and Mary, at the College of William and Mary. We still have Jordan Cohen, the the wonderful Jordan Cohen, our PhD plus is a little extra this evening. Jordan, what are your thoughts as to the president speaking in just a moment? And James, you immediately after, please. Then, thank you.
There's a lot of flags.
There are indeed many flags.
Those are my thoughts.
Okay, James.
Well, besides the flags, as Orlando mentioned before we cut to the prior image of the podium while we're waiting for the president to come out, just a lot of uncertainty as to what this is gonna be. We can speculate all we want to, but until we hear anything, I don't really want to comment. He
absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No. Please continue.
As we go forward, Susan Collins has expanded her lead against Sarah Gideon, the Speaker of the House of Maine Representatives. As we look at those results, we are seeing that it's a very incomplete picture, but that things are going in favor of current Senator Susan Collins. Moving south, though, in Georgia, there's a lot of uncertainty, seeing as the vote out of Atlanta has begun to be counted, and that will put Joe Biden closer to Donald Trump's current vote tally. Jordan, what do you have to say about that? What's going on in Fulton County? What's going on in Atlanta?
The Nates are continuing to spar over Twitter, and while they are sparring, the New York Times needle, which in the past 30 minutes has gone from pro-Biden to pro-Trump, is back to pro-Biden. Numbers right now in Georgia are looking quite not terrible. Biden is down by 2.6 points, which isn't terrible considering not all that long ago he was down by 5+ points. I don't necessarily believe he will win Georgia. I think the numbers still probably aren't in his favor. Nor do I think he'll win North Carolina. That's actually getting closer as well. But I think both are signals that, again, even if Biden loses, the South is definitely moving further blue. But it looks like the current president of the United States is about to come out.
I believe that now we're going to be cutting to President Trump as he gives a statement to the nation during this time at which he has 213 electoral votes to Joe Biden's 224. It will be interesting to see, obviously, what he will say once he reaches that podium. Thank you for joining us, and we will be back on the other side of this speech.
Chairman has lost his
Ladies
race.
and gentlemen,
and I'm going to send it back to you, Judy.
All right, the president's family has come into the East Room, and here is the president.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. and we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
In a remarkable...
Wow. Wow. So we're gonna have to fact check that speech in real time. Can I just give the electoral margin here?
Yep.
Donald Trump has not won Georgia. Donald Trump is still waiting for votes from Georgia. Donald Trump has not won North Carolina, and 95% of North Carolina has voted and has had its vote tallied. There are still votes left in North Carolina. Pennsylvania has stopped counting votes. That is why there is a margin that high in Pennsylvania, a margin which, by the way, is going to continue to change throughout the next few days, just as all margins do. It will be similar in Michigan. It will be similar in Wisconsin. No one is projecting that any of those states have been won. No one is projecting that any of those states are near being won. And no one for a moment, and no president in history for any moment, has ever claimed that they have frankly won an election. This is a first in presidential electoral politics. This is a first. And it's important that we recognize that. It's important that we talk about that. Now, I'm not going to claim what the president's intentions were, though I don't think that it even takes me trying to claim them for them to be so obvious. There is a point where we will have a winner. And it may be the president. It may very well be the president, and I will respect that result. And I think we'll all respect that result. I think I speak for my panelists when I say that. But this was not that result. And this is a markedly different speech than any president has ever given at this point in a race, especially one so contested, and one in which, by the way, the president himself is party to over 100 lawsuits in Travis County, in Fulton County, in Pennsylvania, and in other counties across Texas, trying to invalidate votes from drive-through voting sites. It's interesting to watch, quite shocking to watch this president say what he has just said. It was certainly not the speech that I was expecting from a president who is both behind in the electoral count, but also so far untested in these new Southern polling electorates. What I will say now is I will hand it over to Jordan. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be quite so verbose on this issue, but that was an unprecedented speech by any standard. And if anyone tells you different, they're just straight up lying.
Yeah, so I agree. I am also going to try to just maybe be like an overly positive voice here. It doesn't necessarily matter what Trump wants. The Supreme Court cannot rule who won a state. They can rule electoral counting, right? They can do stuff like that. But, and that's not unimportant. That could decide this election. But just because Trump says he won Pennsylvania, just because he says he won Arizona, doesn't mean the Supreme Court can then say, because he says that, he won it. That's one. Two is, I still am wondering who in the room, when they were trying to come up with the slogan for 2020, just said, all right, I got it. Make America great again. Again. And that was the slogan they decided upon. Because honestly, like, that's enough where Joe Biden should just win this election in a landslide. Like, just whoever came up with that being their slogan, that's enough. So that's all I have to say. I think that
just to be clear, should the president win re-election based on that slogan, or should the person who made the slogan be re-elected on that slogan?
No, the person that made the slogan, I'm not going to say this. The person that made the slogan should be fired, and the president should not be re-elected based on that slogan.
Okay, James, your take on that speech.
Wow. That was certainly expected, and I think that's a little bit unfortunate. But this is the kind of rhetoric that we've come to see from this president. I I agree with Jordan to the extent that, just because he tries to speak his victories into existence doesn't necessarily mean they're real. What I worry about is this is now truth for Donald Trump, and more importantly for his supporters. And while that does not necessarily hold any bearing over the outcome of this election, it does in terms of how fractured we are after this and what effect that will have on our government and our people and our democracy, really, going forward, is certainly something to think about. That said, we may have already been there, and this is just another example of how Trump has changed the way that political rhetoric is in the United States and in our elections. So,
Yeah,
sorry, I'm making a little sad.
I think you're right. Insofar as I think we agree, right? The biggest cost of that speech, and maybe it's not the cost, but that speech reaffirms, at the very best, that reaffirms that there will be a large percentage of Americans that no matter what happens in the next 48 hours or over the next few months, will not view Joe Biden as a legitimate president. And that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. And this was to be expected, but that speech guarantees it will be a problem.
Absolutely. And very quickly, it's worth noting that the vice president did not make that same kind of a grand prognostication of this electoral map. Vice President Pence saying, we're happy to see the electoral margins that we're seeing, but not going so far as the president to say we've won or we seem like we're winning, which is a very interesting place for a president to be. It's not normal, and quite frankly, this seemed like the tweets that President Trump seemed to have wanted to send tonight, spoken out at a podium, and it's understandable that a president might be frustrated with the way that this is happening, particularly a president like this one, whose administration is defined by these electoral margins, whose administration is defined by the markets, whose administration is defined by the COVID response, which has been happening for months now. But to go so far as to do this seems ridiculous. Now, we have Vice President Biden's speech lined up for after this update. It seems like less of an update and more confusion on a night that was already full of confusion. But before we head into that, and before we come back from that, probably in about half an hour, we do have one projection to make. It is not a state projection. It is a district projection. We can show now on the map that Maine's first congressional district and one of its electoral votes will go to former Vice President Joseph Robinette Biden. Arizona and Nevada are still leaning towards the former vice president, while Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are leaning towards President Trump. Though, again, we expect some of those states to change over the course of the next few hours, and some will not change until tomorrow when they resume counting votes. As for now, stay well and stay healthy if you're leaving us. And if you will be remaining with us, we will see you on the other side of this in about 30 minutes. Starting now, the Vice President's remarks from about an hour and a half ago.
into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I'd walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel.
Okay.
So, a markedly different speech from former Vice President Joe Biden. Not claiming victory, in fact, going out of his way to avoid claiming victory. Not just not predicting the results of states that he very much needs at this point to win this election. But let's look just at the way that these speeches were presented. Joe Biden with a socially distanced crowd, Joe Biden with crowds in cars, honking horns, while Donald Trump was in a hall in Washington, D.C., presumably with former government officials, current government officials, family, not socially distanced, not wearing masks, not taking any precautions that are suggested even by his own administration's Center for Disease Control and Prevention. It's interesting to watch the difference between these two men. James, I know you had some thoughts on this. I think we should turn it over to you just for a moment so you can get your thoughts out on the juxtaposition between Joe Biden and Donald Trump's speeches tonight.
Happily. Joe Biden gave a speech that was heavily reflective of the way that he's run his entire campaign. And actually, Jordan in the prior segment joked a little bit about the campaign slogans for both candidates, or not for both candidates, but for current President Donald Trump. And I think Joe Biden's speech encapsulated everything that there was about his slogan, which was battling for the soul of the nation. That was what was on full display, right, in that speech. And when you compare the two of them, because you're looking at, President Trump, who is certainly not in a position where he can call his reelection. And certainly fanning the flames of doubt on our democratic process. While you, on the other hand, have Joe Biden, who at the time was doing excellent. Some of those the early leads he had come down, but had probably more reason to celebrate, be a very optimistic and measured speaker, and that tells you the difference between these two and the way that they value elections, democracy, and the integrity of the vote. Despite Trump's rhetoric about protecting the integrity of the vote, it's such a clear difference between the two of them. And I would also like to point out that Joe Biden, former Vice President Biden, went out of his way to say this might not end tonight. This could potentially drag on for a couple of days because mail-in votes need to be counted. They're very important. Every vote counts. Every American has the right to vote. And we need to allow time for that to happen. President Trump sees, states shutting down voting for the night or potentially needing to, count other votes, mail-in votes, absentee ballots, throughout the coming days, and sees that as a threat and only as a threat, not as what it is, which is the democratic process. But anyways, I've taken enough time, so back to you, Orlando.
Certainly, and just a correction earlier when I spoke to the president being in a lawsuit to throw out votes from a drive-in facility in Texas. It was not Travis County; it was Harris County, Texas. A lawsuit to which the president was party, but decided today was not a valid suit. Those 179,000 votes from Texas were counted, and the projection was made that the president had won, regardless of whether those votes had been tallied or not. But another lawsuit that occurred today, and it's a very important lawsuit, was between the Biden campaign and the administration. Judge Emmett Sullivan of the Washington, D.C. District Court decided today that by 3 p.m., or well, I suppose by now it's yesterday, on Election Day, that by 3 p.m., United States postal inspectors must go into postal service sites in Pennsylvania, South Florida, Texas, Arizona, and the Northeast, as well as Wisconsin and Michigan, to retrieve any ballots which had not been processed and sent to vote distribution and vote tallying centers. It's worth noting, because the president spoke this way during his speech, that is not the same. And well, it very much is the same, actually. But it is the same as going in to a facility at 4 a.m. and finding a ballot and counting it, because that's not a stolen election. That's just another vote tallied. That's different. Those two things are different: stealing an election and tallying votes. Jordan, I'd like to take your take on the vice president's speech as well, and that juxtaposition with the president's statements a little while ago, just a few minutes ago. And then I think we're going to head on to another break and see what happens with the rest of this night. Though, before I do send you to that, we have a new projection on our map. The great state of Arizona will be casting It's 11 electoral votes for Vice President Joe Biden, according to Politico, the Associated Press, and Fox News Decision Desk. The great state of Arizona will be casting its 11 votes to Vice President Joseph Robinette Biden. Jordan, your thoughts on this shift of Arizona for the first time since 1948, but also on those speeches as we just discussed?
Yeah, I mean, as I've kind of said, this election is weird insofar as we are seeing things by margins that overwhelm the margin of error. Arizona is weird because a lot of the current crosstabs of early exit polls from Florida are that Latinos voted in much higher proportions for Trump than we expected. In Arizona, that was not the case, which is very interesting. And it speaks to the fact that maybe we really should stop considering Latinas an entire voter block and start dividing them up from a variety of factors. So I think it's very cool. Again, it's very cool turnout is as high as it is, no matter who wins. That's really cool. That's great news. Regarding the speeches, it's funny. If I were Donald Trump's campaign advisor, a lot of what he said, I actually more or less would have suggested he said, right? We're winning in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We won by over the margin of error in Florida. All this is fine, right? We won in Texas. I mean, that's of course they won in Texas, but great, go for it. Say it. Say, we were winning Arizona and we're not sure that we're winning Arizona. That's great too. We're winning in Georgia. All that's fine. And while I don't think it's fine, nor do I like the message that this election is being stolen from you, I do think saying to the audience something along the lines of, if this holds, we'll win tomorrow, is honestly, I would advise him to say that. What is so bothersome to me, especially in comparison to Joe Biden's speech, is that Donald Trump literally said, we won and it is being stolen from you. That's what's startling. Whereas Joe Biden gave a speech that he should have given no matter what the futures were like in those three key Midwestern states. But alas, here we are. And I think what we know now that we did not know really for a fact an hour ago is that no matter who wins in the next 72 hours, this will be going to the courts for a very long time.
I think that's very possible and very true. Currently, Arizona has swung to the Democratic Party for the first time in 72 years. For the first time in 72 years, the president has given an unprecedented speech of monumental proportions, claiming an unofficial victory in this election. And I assume that's where we'll leave you, at least for now. We will have another update for you shortly. We will be watching Nevada. We will be watching Maine. Maine is called its first district, and that one electoral vote for Vice President Joe Biden, but the second electoral vote is still yet to be determined, and that will sway the rest of the election for that state. It seems at this point like it is almost inevitable for Senator Susan Collins to maintain her seat as the senior senator from Maine, though that state has not been called in the Senate race either. Pennsylvania has stopped counting ballots for the evening and will resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow in counting those ballots. Atlanta is still incoming with ballots, and we will have more information for you on that as it comes to us. Michigan and Wisconsin are in a similar state as Pennsylvania, seeing as they have slow absentee voting systems. We will be able to see where those states go shortly. We appreciate you being here with us. We appreciate you staying up this late. And if you choose to leave us now, I certainly don't blame you. It is a late night, and it has been a confusing night, and it has been an unusual night, though not an unexpected one, seeing as there was always a chance of this. There was always a chance that this was how this electoral map would look. But again, we wish you well. We hope you are in good health. We hope those you know and love are in good health. And stay safe, stay socially distanced, wear a mask. We will see you on the other side of the next 30 minutes with possibly some more information on Nevada, Maine, and other states which have yet to call. Welcome back. It is almost 3:30 in the morning on the East Coast, just past 12 in the morning on the West Coast. We have an early projection, or well, a late projection from the great state of Maine, which will vote entirely for former Vice President Joe Biden. The 2nd District of Maine is still yet to be called, but the state of Maine will overall vote for Joe Biden. Moving out west very quickly, we will look at California's Proposition 22, which was a win tonight as Californians voted yes to vote for Uber Eats, Lyft, and other contract workers for tech giants to have the same rights as employees, and therefore receive benefits from those companies. This is a huge labor win, and as they say, as goes California, so goes the nation. Here in Virginia, a late call on an amendment that passed overwhelmingly earlier tonight. Amendment 1, the question on redistricting, which was supported in last year's ballot for the House of Delegates and the Virginia Senate, has won at an almost 2-to-1 margin, 65.4% to 64.6%. That is an overwhelming win for redistricting reform. It is an overwhelming win against gerrymandering in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And for those who are unaware, this provision accounts for a bipartisan group of 4 Democrats and Republicans, along with an 8-person civil participation board who are not lawmakers that are chosen by a panel of judges, at which point the new districting lines will be handed to the Virginia House of Delegates and Senate for approval, and if they do not approve it in time, goes to the Virginia State Supreme Court. It is a huge win for advocates against gerrymandering and against partisan redistricting. And as we said before, Maine will vote for Joe Biden. It is unclear as to where that 2nd District of Maine will go, but what we are expecting is that Joe Biden will win, though Susan Collins' lead is narrowing. It seems that she is still the favored candidate at this time. We still do not have information out of Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, or Georgia. We're still missing votes. We're still looking for pathways for the vice president and for the president in each of those states. But 2 of them have stopped counting until tomorrow morning, and 1 of them is still processing early and absentee ballots. In Nevada, the vice president's lead is narrow, but is expected to hold. If it were not for the uncertainty of the votes that have not yet been counted, we would feel comfortable casting Nevada's 6 votes to Vice President Biden. But as it stands, only 67% of the vote has been counted, and we do not have a clear indication as to whether or not the rest of the counties in Nevada will vote in the affirmative for the vice president. But Nevada has historically been a safe seat for Democrats. Jordan, James, any particular comments for us at this hour? It is late on the East Coast, maybe early on the East Coast and late on the West Coast. I'm not sure which one we're going to go with there, but any thoughts at this late hour?
I have not stayed up this late ever, like this many straight hours ever, just never happened. And so this could be the slap happiness talking, but I actually am feeling fairly comfortable, not necessarily confident, but I think that all things considered, with all the oddities of the margin of error overturning in Florida, even in Arizona, especially in the Senate races, with all of that said, I think Joe Biden is still in a very strong, very kind of position where he should be confident at being able over the next few days to win re-election or to win election. I actually think if I'm Donald Trump right now, I am. There's a part of me that's nervous. Like, no matter if Donald Trump believes the polls or not, Michigan and Wisconsin were not, according to Donald Trump himself, were not strongholds for him. So I think this election, weirdly, is kind of where maybe the cautious amongst us expected it to be at this point.
James? Democratically, big D or small d?
Democracy, in terms of democracy.
Small d.
Small d.
Okay, so
very tired.
I think we're all hitting that time of the night
We've gotten
where
to the 3:30 hour.
Yeah, the 3:30
Yeah.
hour, that point where you lose all hope. But we are remaining vigilant in this race. Currently, with 239 electoral votes, Joe Biden is in the lead and has a healthy path to the presidency, though an uncertain one. Donald Trump needs only 2 Midwestern states to upset that that lead. But Joe Biden seems to have, at least as records indicate thus far, as polling indicated, though we have seen a break from that polling to some degree tonight, particularly in Florida, Joe Biden still has a path forward in the Midwest and will likely maintain that path forward. By morning, we expect that this will change, most likely providing Vice President Biden Nevada's 6 electoral votes and the president Alaska's 3 electoral votes, leaving tomorrow morning with a likely 245 to 216 margin. As of now, that's just speculation, but it seems like healthy speculation based on past voting, on past election results. But tonight's greatest upset, Arizona, the first time that the state has voted for a Democrat since Harry Truman in 1948. That is a historic move. As of this moment, I have no more words. It is 3:40 in the morning, and I would like to know, James, Jordan, do you have any final thoughts for our viewers?
It's been real.
It's been real. James?
Wasn't expecting to be here. I'm very happy that I was able to join in. Yeah, be part of this.
Well, we appreciate you joining us. We appreciate you joining us as well, Jordan.
Thank you, Cruz. Thank you to our producer,
Bryan
Cruz,
Childers, as well. Yeah, and Cruz, who is our sound guy, our video guy, our control room, our lead-in, our everything here. Cruz Sanchez, who is the general manager of the Mason Cable Network, of Mason Cable News, who is leading us tonight. He is quite literally the rock on which we stand. So thank you to Cruz. It has been a relatively seamless night because of his hard work, and I hope that his work does not go unheeded and unrewarded. Jordan, James, thank you so much. To those of you at home, stay healthy, stay well, and as much as you can, socially distance, wear a mask, and we will have more for you in the coming days. But as of right now, 239 to 213, the electoral map uncertain for the future of this presidency, of the coming presidency for the 46th or continued 45th president of the United States. We will see where it leads in the coming days. Thank you for joining us. I think this is where we sign off, and we are happy that you joined us for this. James, Jordan, thank you so much.